Welcome to the very first Quantum Soul Guidance Summit. Welcome to all the wonderful people joining us live. Let us know in the comments where you're tuning from. One of the things of our time is that we have people from all over the world connecting on events like this. So I'm curious where you're tuning in from. Welcome to everyone who will be watching the replay. And welcome to all the incredible speakers, 30 of them coming together over the next 5 days to share their latest galactic astrology research, discoveries, tips, and tools to support you during one of the most transformative years ever. Welcome to the new year, 2025. I'm sure many of you will agree that we are truly living in extraordinary times. The increasing waves of energetical shifts we are collectively experiencing each year are undeniable. So this summit arrives at a pivotal moment when we are being called to align more fully, more deeply with our soul's truth and our cosmic heritage. So together we will explore the major transits and alignments ahead, each serving as a gateway into deeper layers of our soul, remembrance, and healing. It's important to remember that while these cosmic influences are powerful, they're here to serve us, to reflect our inner reality, not to dictate it. The wisdom shared throughout this summit will empower you to become an active co-creator with the universe, using astrology not only as a tool to support personal growth, but also as a mirror of your evolving consciousness. Over the next few days, you will experience incredible presentations covering topics such as soul contracts, past life healing, ancestral pattern integration, and galactic energy work. We will have guided meditations, experiential exercises, and profound insights about the year 2025 that have the potential to activate deep soul memories and expand your awareness. My goodness, there's so much juicy, consciousness expanding, heart opening content waiting for you in this summit. I can hardly contain my excitement. For those meeting me for the very first time, I'm Julia Balaz, and I'm absolutely honored to be here as the Quantum Soul Guidance Summit's host. I look forward to holding space for you all during these next 5 days. The most relevant part of my journey that led me to create this summit began almost a decade ago when I became a certified QHHT practitioner, supporting my clients through quantum healing hypnosis technique, also soul records reading and healing, and metaphysical anatomy healing. These 3 exceptional modalities supported my research, which I conducted on the side while working with my clients. You see, for over 7 years, I listened to my clients' unique life stories, guided them through deep subconscious conditioning, and helping them connect with their higher self guidance. And after each session, I would study their birth charts because astrology has been a secret passion of mine since my mid-teens. So after studying many hundreds of charts, I began noticing patterns and profound clues. And eventually I started sharing these insights with my clients who wanted to learn more. So between 2018 and 2021, I published 6 online courses, including the signature Galactic Astrology Soul Reading, an extraordinary modality that continues to attract the most amazing community I could ever wish for. In the spring of 2021, I faced a difficult decision to stop offering one-to-one sessions, which I loved, and instead focus on supporting the growing community. And as a result, the Galactic Astrology Soul Reading modality is now offered in 20 languages by over 70 certified practitioners worldwide. supporting the rapid expansion of consciousness and quantum healing across the planet. This summit was born from a shared passion for exploring and celebrating celestial bodies that guide us through the rapid evolution of consciousness and the frequency ascension of our precious planet Earth. From early on, when I began interviewing some of the first certified practitioners on the Galactic Ambassadors podcast, which you can find on my YouTube channel called the Galactic Astrology, it became clear to me how beautifully unique each QSG practitioner's approach was. I realized that encouraging this diversity of expression was essential. And as a result, you will witness the exponential growth and rapid evolution of human consciousness reflected throughout this summit, as each person, each speaker, brings their highest excitement and explores the unique cosmic niche their life has guided them to. So over the next 5 days, you will experience a variety of unique styles and exciting new potentials that Galactic Astrology soul reading can bring, from expanding existing modalities such as human design, family constellations, Reiki, even animal communication, to enriching traditional astrology with profound stellar insights that offer a direct link to your soul's evolutionary journey. A few tips from me for you to make the most of this summit. I invite you to write down any information that inspires, expands, or nurtures you. Note the speaker's name and the day of the summit so you can easily reconnect with those who speak to your heart and soul. You can explore their content further or even book one-on-one session after the summit. And remember to take breaks if needed. You'll have access to the replay for a week after the summit as a registered guest or indefinitely at a small fee. And engage with this beautiful community. Feel free to share your reflections and experiences in the comment section, because your insights, your story may inspire or support someone else's growth. And it's the unique stories that keep me inspired to continue research Galactic Astrology's potential. So as we open this sacred container, I invite you to take a deep breath and feel the energy of this powerful gathering. To set the tone, we will now play the chosen theme song of the summit, "The Power Is Here Now" by Alexia Chellon. Let it remind you that everything you seek, the wisdom, the healing, the transformation, is already within you, waiting to be activated. Thank you for being here. Thank you for answering the call to expand your consciousness with us and walk this path of soul evolution with us. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the content we have prepared for you.
Power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you and me is here to create magic on earth. Power of you wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, nurture you. Oh, the power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, nurture you.
Our very first speaker, galactic astrologer and starlight planner Jodi Bonham, is passionate about sharing the energy of the cosmos. Jodi recently self-published a book that began as a desk reference for her galactic practice and evolved star plan, which is available on the website. Cosmic Connections 2025 Star Calendar is a result of 2 years of being in the Quantum Soul Guidance course and receiving her certification in March of 2024. Jodi is actively posting content that matches the starlight energy and activations in her new book and offering starlight reports and Quantum Soul Guidance reports. In today's presentation, Jodi will share some different ways to use the star calendar to deepen our connection to the cosmos. Although the Cosmic Connections 2025 star calendar can be used like every other date book or planner, it has some hidden gems that will shine for the cosmically inclined. Use this date book in conjunction with your own natal birth chart. Use this planner with your child's birth chart, your lover's birth chart. Little book has 240 stars and deep sky objects listed throughout the calendar year, along with the zodiacal degrees for both tropical zodiac and Vedic zodiac. The calendar follows our sun through zodiac and makes up our year. As the sun is moving through the zodiac, it is making geometric alignments with the stars and star people nearly every day. When these geometric alignments occur throughout the year between our star, the sun, and other stars, the sun acts as a giant flashlight or a direct telephone number to that star or deep space object. It's like you have been wanting to get a hold of an old friend, and then suddenly, as the sun aligns, they are calling you on the phone. These cosmic connections are opportunities or dates with the stars and star people. When we know what dates to expect, we can plan our own cosmic connections throughout the year. Each star has unique energy offered through our sunlight during these alignments, helping us to flow with the natural energy of the cosmos. Take it away, Jody.
I'd like to share a vivid childhood memory with you. My dad's old work truck had broken down and he was peering under the hood into the depths of the dirty, oily engine. I pulled a chair up next to him and asked if I could hold his flashlight. I kept getting distracted and the beam of light would go somewhere other than where he needed it. And he would say, "Jody, shine the light over here where I'm working." It was important for me to be focused and intentional with the light. The light is what lets us see the map. Our treasure map is our natal birth chart. Our soul created its own natal birth chart as it traveled and journeyed throughout the cosmos. Lifetimes and experiences are found there and meant to lead you to your treasure now in this life. My mystical quest begins on July 13th in the shade of the redwood forest. Tragedy struck, and a member of our tribe had passed away. Iris was my mother's good friend and the mother of my dearest playmate, Lily. At Iris's funeral, the night before was in Sullivan. The thick energy of grief surrounded my mother, and my little friend suffered from tummy aches and tension knots. And I felt sadness, but mostly I felt shame that I could not relate to them. I could not feel their volatile emotions, and I could not help them. For years, I would carry this shame of July 13th long into adulthood, remembering it year after year. And years later, on July 13th, I said vows in the mountains of Utah, hoping that a marriage vow would help heal my broken heart and unite my broken family. Moments after the vows were said on July 13th, my teenage daughters came to me and let me know that I would no longer be their primary parent. So once again, July 13th was racked and marked by young people who needed their mother and by adults who couldn't regulate their emotions. So I went to therapy. I got a divorce, and my children, with the help of my family and tribe, became loving and kind adults. And many years later, I found myself again on July 13th, standing with pen in hand next to my new husband and the love of my life, about to sign closing documents for a home in Texas. I was about to sign my name when I saw the date above the signature line, July 13th, and I hesitated. But I had been doing the work, and I had been doing the shadow work, and I had been listening to the still small voice within that had been saying the same thing all year. Look at the chart. Look at the transits. That's where you'll find your answers. So I hesitated no longer, promptly signed the closing documents, and went home to cast the natal chart. And to my astonishment, I realized that every year on July 13th, the sun was aligned to the 20th degree of Cancer, which is right where I have my natal moon and my natal Mars. I suddenly realized that this date was not one to be stifled and feared, that this was a mystical quest, that the sun was intentionally shining its light on this area of my chart that had to do with emotions and actions and nurturing and mothering and conflict. It was shining its light intentionally, lighting up this part of my chart like a Christmas tree. This realization of the importance of the transiting sun marked the beginning of my mystical quest to align the data of my birth chart, my treasure map, with the calendar year and my day-to-day life. So every year on July 13th, the sun is lighting up this area of my natal chart that's occupied by these two planets. And in galactic astrology, the stars that are aligned to your moon in your chart is where you learned about your emotions and nurturing that's influencing your emotional mind now and your emotional needs now. And the star systems that are aligned to your Mars are where you experienced lifetimes of your soul's truest passions and desires. And the lifetimes on that star system in Mars are also where you would learn the stamina and drive needed to fulfill the desires that your soul had for this lifetime as well. For example, the star aligned to the 20th degree of Cancer, where my moon and Mars are, is the bright star Castor in the constellation of the twins, Gemini. Castor is a complex multi-star system whose plasma bodies work together to organize the data in the brain from the right side to the left side. This integrative energy of Castor reminds me of the energy of Crab, who uses all of the data of the ocean to understand the tides. It moves with the lower tide onto shore to collect its nutrients, and then without much drama, even though the ocean is very dramatic, Crab moves back into the sea. Castor is known in mythology as one who is good with horses. Castor was the mortal of the twin, and he had exceptional skill at taming wild beasts. He would connect his frequency to the wild animals, and soon they would be eating out of his hand. Castor is the 44th brightest star in the night sky and can be viewed easily unaided by the human eye. It's important, I think, to remember that the very bright stars and deep sky objects glow not only with plasma and gas and space dust, but they shine with the energy of love for humanity. The stars, like our sun, are conscious beings who are beaming their life light towards us without fail, day in and day out, all year long. This energy of Castor can stimulate brain activity that organizes, alchemizes, and makes sense of the data around us. Castor, who is sometimes also referred to as Apollo in legend, doesn't make you more logical per se, but this type of light enhances our ability to synthesize and harmonize the vibrations around your inner knowing, putting your knowledge in order that can be understood and utilized by you. Castor's influence helps bridge that gap between intuition and logic. So by tapping into Castor's energy, especially on July 13th, we can find a sense of order around life's events. The ability to logically and intuitively process my emotions, much like how Castor would tame the wild beasts, was the treasure that I had been longing for all those years ago, sitting in the shade of the redwoods. It was the treasure that I had been reaching for on the mountains, devastated by my own choices. By the time that July 13th, 2024 rolled around, I was ready. It was my intention to connect with my own soul's history through the light of the sun and Castor on July 13th. I wrote an appointment in my date book. I looked up every piece of information that I could find about Castor and recorded it. I had so many pictures of Castor that you would think he was my teenage heartthrob. I was intent on connecting with this energy when it was strongest as the sun was shining on it. I awaited my marching orders with pen and paper, ready for my download, and that's when I heard it. 3 words that sounded like my voice, but they were not my voice. And they said, "Finish Cosmic Connections." And I laughed out loud because Cosmic Connections was a pet name that I had given a galactic desk reference that I had been creating for the last 8 months to use in my own practice. At the time that I heard those 3 words uttered on July 13th, "Finish Cosmic Connections," I had been working for a popular psychic hotline giving instant galactic readings. The app user would submit their question to the psychic, and using their natal birth chart, I would, in 60 minutes or less, give a galactic reading to the person instantly. And what this did was become a perfect way for me to get feedback on the galactic energies that I was aligning to their natal birth chart. And it worked swimmingly. But when I heard these words, I knew that its trial period was over and that somehow Cosmic Connections had something to do with the way that I nurture myself and the way that I nurture others. Not only that, but Cosmic Connections also had something to do with the deepest desires of my heart, my soul's passions. And so I went about finishing Cosmic Connections. It's now available for sale. And one of the first strangers to purchase my book was named Petra. I had been folding laundry one afternoon and I heard another disembodied voice saying, "You're receiving an email. Make an appointment." I had not received any emails yet. I checked my notifications, but I had been desiring to make those cosmic connections with others. I even put my contact information in the front cover so that if you want to email me about your star connections, you can. So I was looking forward to receiving those types of emails. And by the time I finished hanging up my last clean shirt, I received one. And it went just like this. "Jody, there is a particular situation that occurred to me last year, and I'm trying to find out why. I'm afraid if it happens again in public, I might be recorded and sent to the government lab for research." Well, this sounded like a mystical quest. As Petra shared her story, I probed for her birth date and date of the situation. I listened as she recounted an experience from the first week of January last year. Her spiritual journey had led her to using a pendulum and channeling healing energy to her father, who was slowly dying. Petra had been caring for him for quite a while, and that day was demonstrating to her sister a healing technique using the swinging of the crystal pendulum to move the energy around them. Suddenly, Petra's physical body began to glow with an emerald green light. She and her sister were astonished as they looked at her body, feeling the presence of her higher self throughout her body as a healing earth angel. A few moments passed as the green mystical energy surged through her arms and hands and fingernails and the circling crystal stone on the chain, and then it was gone. On the day of her green glow in January, the sun was at the midpoint of Capricorn. And when I cast Petra's chart with the transiting planets of that event, it was clear that the sun was perfectly aligned to Petra's rising sign. The ascendant, or the rising sign, in our chart speaks about our motivations or our purpose, our most treasured purpose in this lifetime. And the star systems that are aligned to your rising sign act as a witness throughout your life. And they are also potentially tied to future lifetimes as well. If at the moment of your birth, your parents had taken you outdoors and held your little squirming body up to the east, they would have been presenting you to the star nations that are bound to witness your life and help direct you towards your soul's treasure in this lifetime. And Petra's ascendant is perfectly aligned to the beautiful and bright star, Vega. Vega really is one of the most luminous and beautiful stars in our sun's neighborhood, and was once one of the Earth's pole stars, and it will be once again many years from now. Vega is found in the beautiful parallelogram-shaped constellation of Lyra, depicted as a musical harp. Vega is often associated with music, harmony, and beauty, and its mythological origins trace back to the lyre of Orpheus and Hermes, whose music could charm all living things and even inanimate objects. This alpha star sparkles and twinkles bluish, purplish white, and Vega is a Bohemian star with the magical connotations of healing and understanding. Known as the physician's star, the light from this magnificent being can aid us in cultivating our own bodily health and the health of our planet. Because of its long-standing presence as a magical star, it even has its own magical glyph that can be used in creating healing charms and prayers for well-being. The energy of Vega shining through our sun in January is meant to inspire humanity to cultivate a more compassionate approach to life. And Vega has a long history of interacting with humanity and possesses the gentle touch of a wise old healer. This celestial body symbolizes the profound interconnectedness of all things and can foster a deep awareness of our collective well-being. In Petra's case, having Vega on her ascendant meant that the qualities of this star, that's healing, wisdom, and compassion, are integral to her life's path. Vega's influence is a constant reminder for Petra to embrace her role as a healer and to approach life with a compassionate heart. This alignment also suggests that her soul's journey is one of profound interconnectedness, understanding, and nurturing of well-being of others. What this event showed her after connecting with Vega is that she doesn't need to worry about turning green and being studied in the lab, except instead she can know that her witness in this life is Vega. And the energy of Vega allowed her to see, even just for a moment, the powerful presence within her soul and her future as a healer, something she has always known since childhood. The ancients worked tirelessly to create our calendar year. They were keen observers of the heavens and understood the importance of the planetary alignments. Over time, the first calendars evolved as our ancestors noticed that the lunar and solar calendars did not always match up. The odd days between the moons often resulted in unnumbered days between Christmas and New Year's. And these unaccounted for days were spent celebrating the gifts of the past year, socializing, feasting, and making predictions about the coming year. This period of time is also known for the story of the three wise men or magi who followed a star that led them to the birth of the Christ. The magi were astrologers and wise men who looked to the stars for guidance, and they were aware of the new light in the sky. This new light now lives in all of us as the Christ consciousness. Traditionally, the first day of Christmas begins at midnight on the 25th and ends on January 6th with the celebration of King's Day. The 12 days of Christmas, unlike the shrill holiday song, represent a holy and spirit-led time for reflecting on the past year and looking forward to the new one. In the fall of 2023, I shared with a friend how I love the last weeks of December because I get to buy a new planner and listen to all of my favorite astrologers give their predictions in the coming year. My friend suggested that I celebrate the 12 days of Christmas with the 12 zodiac signs. This concept thrilled me. I set my intentions to embody the spirit of the wise men and follow the stars in my chart that would lead to the Christ within. Up to this point, all of my star notes regarding my treasure map were in handwritten books and scraps and post-it notes. Not an ideal way to begin my new mystical quest as a wise astronomer seeking the Christ. To prepare for my mystical quest, I moved all of my treasure map data to the computer. This may seem like an easy task for some, but I had been healing in the deserts of Utah for many years, and while the sun's rays purified me, they did nothing to educate me technologically. So I embarked on a side quest to learn how to use the computer to organize my 12 days of Christmas quest, which would help me decipher my treasure map in the coming year. In the days before Christmas, as the sun was about to enter Capricorn, I began the journey that would first become my desk reference, and then the date book and planner called Cosmic Connections 2025 Star Calendar. It was during this time that I realized that the sun was conjunct my midheaven on the very day I began my very first book. The sun at 29 degrees of Sagittarius marked the significant alignment. Midheaven, also known as the MC or the medium coli, is a calculated point in your chart that holds the capacity to relate to your community at large. The midheaven is what you become and what you're known for, and this could be a career or a social status. The star systems that are aligned to your midheaven will tell you about your galactic lives that are strongly connected to your galactic soul mission on Earth. The experiences and guides within those star systems are meant to support your contribution to the world now. When the sun is aligned to this area of your chart, you may be able to hear your soul's calling even louder and have a deep knowing about your potential impact on your community. The star system that is conjunct my midheaven is the Galactic Center, which sits at the center of our Milky Way galaxy. The galactic center is that which our sun rotates around, and the galactic center acts as a transmitter of divine consciousness. The energetic particles of our divine being flow through our sun during the weeks before Christmas, stimulating our bodies and our minds and urging us to release old emotions, wounds, and traumas and align with higher consciousness to evolve towards greater harmony and connectivity with God, Source, within. During the 12 days of Christmas, as I was typing out the first words of my galactic notes that led to the creation of this book, were typed while embodying the spirit of the wise men and channeling the angelic energy of the galactic center. The sun, our star, is our greatest source of vitality and strength, And without the sun, there would be no life on Earth. Our star, the sun, holds vast significance, not just to our daily lives, but to our mystical quest to decipher our soul's treasure map and to attain the treasure to know thyself. When the sun is geometrically aligned to that area of the charts, it's like looking down at your ringing phone and seeing the caller ID of the one person that you were longing to speak to, but you didn't have their contact information. And now here they are calling you. As the sun travels around the center of the galaxy, it makes appointments and house calls to the stars and deep sky objects. These geometric alignments between the natal bodies allow cosmic energy to flow to the sun and then to us. The sun holds quantum knowledge of Earth and humanity, and it has been with us since our inception, transmuting and digesting the energy of the whole galaxy in a way that is palatable for us to use. Every 8 minutes, the sun pours its plasma rays, the fourth state of matter, over the entire planet, blanketing the Earth with fresh energy. This cosmic energy is naturally available to us day by day throughout the calendar year with the light of the sun. It doesn't have to be in our natal chart. We can be aware of the energy coming through and receive it. But if it is aligned in our chart, then those efforts can be profound. Sometimes it doesn't seem like we're on our mystical quest when we're caring for an ailing father. And it doesn't seem like we're on a mystical quest at all when we're diagnosing a truck engine or learning to use a computer to lay out a book. But it's when we keep those appointments with the divine, when we're intentional with our lights, that's when those clues in our treasure map begin to hum and vibrate. The stars that are aligned with our sun signify a recent past life and that wise voice inside of us. The star systems that are aligned to our sun can be celebrated and connected with on your birthday. When you open up to your birthday in Cosmic Connection Star Calendar, you will see a monthly view and a weekly view. And if you're a fan of Llewellyn's planners like I am, then this layout will look familiar to you. Each week, I highlight one of the stars and give a short commentary on the scientific facts and the gift or the energy that that star nation may be offering you on that date. There may be a star on your birthday or just right around your birthday. I usually prefer to go with the stars that are on the day after my birthday rather than the day before. But the best practice is to learn what you can about all of the stars within that week of your birthday. And by doing this, you'll be able to decipher the stars that are written on your heart, and they will lead you to the clues that lead you to your treasure. So the answer is all of these stars, but probably one will resonate the most. My birthday is on October 5th. And when you open up to my birthday, that you will see that the stars aligned with the sun each year on that day are Minerva and Minakar. The main energy coming through the light of those stars is visioning and heart opening. I instantly aligned with Minakar more, maybe partly because my mind rejects the pronunciation of Minerva, but mostly because Minakar is in the beak of the Crow constellation. The heart-opening energy of Minakar uses love as a transformative force. The Crow constellation, called Corvus, is known as a messenger to the gods, and unlike other birds, the crow in mythology could travel easily between the dimensions of heaven and earth and do the bidding of the gods. My Pluto and North Node are close by in the chart, making alignments to the other stars in Corvus called Algorab and Kraz. The light of Kraz, when aligned with our sun, can enhance the thought process, resulting in heightened awareness of the human body connection. This makes me more aware of my desire to inspire others with the starlight energy and to be a messenger when needed. When you open Cosmic Connections 2025 star calendar, you will find at the back of the book a star index at the back. This shows the date, the star name, and the energy of that star that it's offering. You can also see here's Minakar with the energy of heart opening. You can see Kraz listed here. And these other numbers are zodiacal degrees. Whether you use the tropical or the sidereal zodiac, the stars remain the same. There are 360 degrees in the zodiac, 12 sets of 30, and each month is listed with its corresponding stars, star energies, and zodiac degrees that you can use to apply to your own birth chart, or the birth chart of your loved ones. So even if you don't know all of the birth data of, say, your young children, opening Cosmic Connections 2025 star calendar to their birthdays may give you, as a parent, an idea of the kind of energy that may support them in years to come. The galactic journeys and lifetimes that we have lived throughout the cosmos are recorded in our natal birth charts, and they're written on our hearts. The treasure and the meaning of our charts is meant to unfold throughout our life, day by day, with the trials and the joys of life. And our mystical quests involve seeking God, but they also involve sitting in traffic and attending meetings that could have been an email. Yet still the divine beckons us to set aside time each day to seek our treasure, to listen for the clues, to look for the clues, the signs and synchronicities, and the patterns and the promise of the rising sun all lead to our treasure. There's something so grounding about setting aside time each day in the early morning light as the sun is just waking, setting aside your electronics, not looking at your phone, and taking your star chart and seeking the wisdom and guidance of your own star chart through the transiting sun. And that's what our calendar does. This book has become an integral part of my life, and I hope that it can become a part of yours too. Today is January 14th, and the star that is most closely aligned to the sun is Denab-Okab in the constellation of Aquila, the eagle. The celestial eagle is in full flight with its wings spread open in the sky, and Denab-Okab is located in Aquila's wings, offering a powerful influence on the nervous system of both planet Earth and us. As we move through planetary shifts and intensified solar energies, the energy of Denab-Okab can help us sustain our equilibrium, our balance, and our neurological functions. This energy assists us in tackling life's obstacles. Embracing this light of Denab-Okab coming through our sun today can calm your nerves and help you harmonize with the cosmic rhythms available to us. Be soothed today with the light of Denab-Okab's energy moving through our sun and into our own bodies. Be soothed each day by harnessing this natural energy that's coming through the light of our sun. Spend time with the divine, looking for the clues to your own treasure map, to know thyself a little bit more each day. Thank you.
Our second speaker of day one of the Quantum Soul Guidance Summit is Louise Platt. Louise is a galactic astrologer, quantum soul guidance practitioner based in the UK. She offers soul-based and galactic astrology readings along with energy clearing services to identify and transmute any blockages and bring her clients back into alignment. She has a strong connection with the blue ray and archangelic realms, but has also been described as a galactic ambassador with a huge range of fixed star connections. She was among the first to certify as a practitioner in June 2022 and has worked ever since to deliver insight and wisdom to over 300 clients, a role which she describes as her true passion and a niche she has been searching for a very long time. You can really feel this from her videos. She has plenty of amazing content on her YouTube channel, which I highly recommend, and she has been a regular guest speaker on our Galactic Astrology YouTube channel. So in today's presentation, Louise will beautifully explain what galactic astrology is, what it can provide insight on, and take us through a brief guide on how to read your own galactic chart using our own online software on galacticastrochart.com/free. When you enter your birth details, you can generate your own birth chart, including most common stars that were aligned at the time of your birth. So sit back, get your notepads ready, and enjoy the presentation. Take it away, Louise.
Julia, so much for that lovely introduction. And I just want to say before I get going into my presentation, what an absolute privilege it is to be part of this amazing summit. And I just wanted to also give credit to you, Julia, and your team for the phenomenal amount of work and sort of, that has gone into bringing this into reality and creating this for us all. So it really is a true joy to be able to come and to talk about something that I am so passionate about, along with many other like-minded souls. So I also wanted to say hello to all my clients, followers and subscribers who are watching either live this evening or on the replay, and also a hello and welcome to anybody that hasn't seen me before. So it is really like a huge kind of cosmic family reunion in so many ways. So yeah, absolute joy. So for those who haven't met me before, I'm a quantum soul guidance practitioner. I have now been working with this modality since I certified in July 2022. So I've had the pleasure and the privilege to work on over 300 client charts. I am based in the UK. I'm a mum. I have 2 teenagers. I'm married. And I sort of combine this, what I describe as my soul work now, with all those sort of commitments alongside that. So in terms of my background, I have got a Gemini midheaven. So anybody who knows much about astrology is going to maybe smile when I say I have had a lot of different careers in my sort of working lifetime. I started off with a degree in French, which, kind of give me a really good grounding because, I have a love for and an aptitude for languages, and I'll come back to why that's important in a little bit. I have worked in sales administration, I've worked in PR and marketing, I have worked in schools with young children. I've also had my own business prior to this, doing arts and crafts parties for children and classes and parties for children and babies. And I always felt that I was sort of I wanted to work in the healing sort of industry, but I always felt that I was sort of looking for my niche and I couldn't quite find it. Tried loads of different things. And it wasn't until I found Galactic Astrology and Quantum Soul Guidance that I sort of suddenly realized that actually, yeah, this was it. I had come home, I'd found my niche, and, this was where I land. And yeah, I haven't really changed that tack since. So I'm very intuitive. I also channel energy. I work with energy in terms of transmuting and clearing it. I'm very empathic. I have a really close affinity, a strong affinity with the blue ray frequency. And in terms of my galactic chart, if you were to look at it, you would see there are an awful lot of star connections in there. And I remember when I first did my sort of certification YouTube interview with Julia and Ursula, Julia commenting that, you know, it was a pretty expansive and extended chart, and I'd obviously been to a lot of different places in my sort of soul's timeline. And I think, you know, that is one thing that really serves me when I'm working on charts, because I have got connections to so many different star energies. So yeah, there's a lot of familiarity there. In terms of sort of the strongest connections in my chart, I would say Pegasus comes in very highly, Arcturus, Hades, Sirius, Orion, and then Alphard, which is opposite my sun, and Draco. So, and in case, you know, anybody who's interested in astrology always wants to know the top three: Aquarius sun, Cancer moon in my 10th house, sun in my fifth, and Virgo ascendant, which I think is kind of a really nice combination for this kind of work. So if you're new to Quantum Soul guidance, as a modality, it is very broad. It encompasses lots of different elements. And certainly when you do the course with Julia, you know, that is covered. And we have this sort of invitation to pick out the pieces that sort of we feel most comfortable with, that we resonate most with. But sort of holistically, it is such a good way to connect with your soul story and with your past, with your soul gifts, and really sort of access that soul blueprint. Galactic astrology is one part of that. It is a large part of Quantum Soul. And for me, it tends to be what I focus on. I do bring other elements into my work, but I would say galactic astrology is kind of one of my biggest passions. And, you know, going back to the languages and the linguistic ability, I've sort of really come to realize over the time I've been studying and learning and working with astrology that it is it has its own language. It's a language in itself. So having that sort of linguistic background has really helped me to learn the language. And certainly when I found galactic astrology, I realized that that was another new language entirely in itself. So you know, that has been a real sort of help to me, and also having really strong air in my chart with the communication gifts and abilities as well. But I would say, you know, I use galactic astrology. I have a very intuitive approach to reading the chart, and I would say that the stars really speak to me. I mean, they're speaking to us all, but you have to be able to kind of tune in to their language and their frequency sometimes in order to be able to hear them. So today's presentation, I've called it Move Forward with the Stars, an Introduction to Galactic Astrology. And when I was sort of thinking about, oh, you know, what am I going to do? You know, Julia sort of contacted us sort of last year and said she had this plan to bring this summit together, and, you know, whoever would like to be involved. And I knew instantly that I absolutely wanted and needed to be part of this, but I really wasn't sure what to talk about. But I kept sort of hearing, you know, just keep it simple and go back to basics. So I've decided today to really just bring to you an introduction to galactic astrology. I'm going to explain what it is, what type of people it's going to work for or likely to be interested, why we use it, what it can teach us, and why it's becoming increasingly popular at this time. And then I will also sort of show you a chart, a basic chart, and give you a few of my tips on how to basically read it. Obviously, I can't teach you galactic astrology in the time we have got, but I will give you some pointers. So if you're faced with the chart for the first time, you have an idea of what you're looking for. I'm aware that obviously there's lots of different people signed up for this summit, you know, and there's a broad range of levels of people here and with different levels of understanding. So I'm going to try as far as I can to avoid using too much jargon. I'm going to try and keep it simple. So hopefully if you don't know anything about astrology, you're not going to get lost and you'll be able to follow what I've got to share. But I also want to sort of just set the intention and the invitation that if you are sort of a seasoned astrologer and you've been doing it for years, that there will be at least one thing that you take away today that I share that perhaps sort of helps you to see something in a different light or something new entirely. So we'll see how we go. And I also wanted to say, I'm very aware that there are a wealth of different speakers with loads of amazing topics in as part of this summit over the course of this week and the next few days. So if you're watching my video, I truly am grateful because there is a lot of choice, and I know time isn't always available. So yeah, really appreciate you being here with me today. So I'm going to show you a couple of slides as I go through this presentation. I'll jump back and forward. So this is my first slide, and it's just a collection of quotes that I have pulled together from clients in sort of response to a galactic astrology or quantum soul reading. And the top one is actually my own quote. It's my own words, my own sort of thoughts. And it is how I remembered who I am. I mean, this truly was an epiphany for me when I found galactic astrology. I had had an Akashic reading about 10 years prior. I'd been introduced to the concept of star seeds, and I was sort of that resonated and it made a lot of sense to me. It sort of made me understand a lot about why I'd been feeling the way I had. But there wasn't a huge amount of detail and information at that time. And I know everything comes to us at the divine time. But it wasn't until I found galactic astrology that I was able to fill in so many gaps. Now, I've always been obsessed and mesmerized with the stars, with the sky at night, sort of looking at the different patterns. As a child, I only knew a few, the main ones, Orion, the North Star, and the Plough, etc. So, for me, finding a galactic astrology, again, it was like learning a new language, but it was also really helped me to be able to look at the sky and see it in a completely different way, to recognize the names, to kind of understand the energies, filling in so many gaps, and also ultimately coming home to the self. And, in the next quote on this slide, I feel truly seen. I would say that's probably one of the most sort of common sort of things that people say after having a galactic astrology reading or a quantum soul reading. And I think it's to be able to see yourself ultimately at a soul perspective. And, I feel that the work we do as practitioners is essentially holding up a mirror so that you can see yourself from a different angle, from a different perspective, and access a deeper level of information that is already in your soul and your higher self absolutely know. But, we do forget when we incarnate. So to be able to have access to that information just helps people really feel seen and understood, and it helps them to see themselves and to understand themselves as well. So I felt my energy expanding and lightening, really, really beautiful. I think somebody had replied, to how they'd felt when they were reading the report. And I thought, that was really beautiful. And I think it does really help your consciousness to sort of increase and rise as you start to learn more about yourself from this higher perspective. So, and the last one, deeply healing, activating, and like being wrapped in a blanket of stars. I just thought that was really beautiful, and, too beautiful not to share. And I think, if I can create that kind of experience through the words that I share, then, I must be doing something right. So that was a fairly long introduction, I appreciate, but let's sort of talk now about what galactic astrology actually is. So if you know anything about astrology, you will know that astrology takes the positions of planets within the solar system, various cosmic celestial bodies, angles that are created in the chart, and plots them together on a wheel so that we can really see how that their placement in the sky, their placement in the zodiac, and their aspects to one another, which really gives us a sort of an overview of the soul's blueprint effectively. And in being able to interpret all of that and what it means, we can unlock so much information about who we are, how we're showing up, how the energies are affecting us. So when we are using galactic astrology, we take that basic wheel and we can use it for a birth chart, which is a very common use, but also use it for transit charts, for progression charts, for solar return charts. It's kind of limitless in terms of what you can use galactic astrology for. But galactic astrology takes that chart and adds a layer of fixed stars, cosmic points, and celestial bodies onto the chart and sees how they align with the other parts of the more traditional astrology. It is then a case of interpreting them, seeing, how they're showing up, what planets are they activating, what houses are they in, and to give us a really sort of expanded picture of your earthly soul's experience, the intentions your soul had for you in this lifetime, and how those stars and cosmic points are really showing up and influencing and supporting you. So as I said, it works for any kind of chart, and it's great to really explore. You can find out all sorts with a galactic chart. You can look at past lives, you can look at past star connections, but I think for me it's more relevant to see how those star energies are really influencing and impacting you in this lifetime, because I think this is actually the most important moment, and we should be putting all our focus on our current lives, as far as possible. So, I'll be honest, I'd never really given much thought to fixed stars, other than seeing a couple of very familiar ones in the skies before I found galactic astrology. But this study and this work has just completely sort of opened my mind and my awareness to so much more. So the next slide I'm going to show you is just a quick overview of the different aspects that we bring in to create a galactic astrology chart. So we have fixed stars, and fixed stars are effectively stars that have a fixed point in the zodiac and in the sky. They do move, but only marginally, about 1 degree every 70 years. And this creates this sort of sense of permanence through their presence and their energy. They're very timeless. They have this sense of eternity and endurance, this steady fixed point of reference across the ages. And it kind of, I think it's really beautiful to think that our ancestors would have sat, on the ground looking up at the sky, seeing the same patterns that we see today. They've been weaved into stories, they've been used in folklore, in myth, they've been used to navigate, as a real sort of signal point for many, many humans over the ages. And they give us a sense of scale and a connection to something that is just so much greater than us. So completely different sense of perspective, taking us beyond our day-to-day reality. And they help us to contemplate the vastness of the universe and our place within it. So ultimately, because they are fixed, they are acting like anchors. So, enabling us to anchor that energy down as starseed souls, but also to give us that anchor to something outside of ourselves. I've listed a few names here. Arcturus, Andromeda, Orion are probably more of the well-known and familiar names. There are, I believe, over 6,000 fixed stars. Not all of them have been registered and named. Obviously, some are more familiar than others. And we then have stars like the Alphard, which I mentioned is strong in my chart. The royal stars, Fomalhaut, Regulus, Antares, Aldebaran, Crux, Sirius, and many, many more. So it is a case of really getting to know their sort of energy signature and their archetype and what their meaning is. And I will talk a little bit more about that shortly. We also have the cosmic points. Now, the cosmic points are the galactic center, supergalactic center, great attractor, and the Shapley attractor. Those are the 4 that we work with currently in our galactic astrology work, although there are many, many more out there. And these are similar in that they have a fixed-ish position, but they are much more powerful and potent than fixed stars. So they act as, and many of them act as black holes, and they can warp and bend time. They are very magnetic and very transformative. So they are very much here to stretch our reality and our consciousness, to expand us, to challenge us. And ultimately, they pull us back to source and all that is, sort of stripping away anything that is not of integrity and authenticity. They all have their own way of showing up and affecting the chart. And I would say if you've got a lot of close alignments to these points, or all or some of them, you're going to have a much higher level of consciousness. You're probably going to feel quite different from people around you. Some have said they feel invisible when they have a lot of cosmic sort of point energy in their chart. So it is challenging, but it is the sign of a really sort of high frequency soul. And then we have the stargates and the nebula, which for me are like portals to other dimensions. These are, for example, Lyra Ring Nebula, Orion Nebula, and Antares. And when I see names like that in the chart, I always know that that soul is very well traveled galactically. They've been to lots of different places. You know, they can move between dimensions with ease. That is something that comes very naturally to them. These points really represent creation, rebirth, infinite potential, and they also connect us to the cycle of death and rebirth, because effectively that's what the nebula are. You know, these are old stars that have imploded, they've been destroyed, and a new star is born out of the remnant. So very much about transformation and universal truths. Again, very, very powerful when in the chart. So who is Galactic Astrology for? You know, who's likely to be interested? Well, I'm going to sort of, you know, hedge a bet that if you're watching content like this, then it's you. Ultimately, I think it's great for any soul that sort of sees themselves as a star seed. And when I talk about star seeds, I mean souls that are not sort of originated from Earth. They know, they have an awareness that they are from other parts of the star system. And one of their main roles by being here is to bring the star energy, the galactic cosmic energies down into Earth through being incarnated and being in a physical body to really help support Earth's ascension process by bringing those higher frequencies in and effectively seeding the star energy. So anybody, you know, who wants to know about their starseed lineage, who knows they've been elsewhere, but they don't know where, absolutely brilliant. And I love galactic astrology because, you know, I mentioned an Akashic reading earlier. I think that's a brilliant way to find out your soul story. But I think to see your galactic report and see the names and see how sort of, you know, they align with your other parts of the chart, it just feels not scientific necessarily, but it just feels really tangible and very real. So I think for me, you know, it's brilliant for starseed lineage. Also, anybody who is interested in sort of seeing how cosmic and fixed star energies are supporting them in this lifetime, how they're showing up and how they are being guided by galactic energies. And for people who know that really there is just more to existence and life than this, you know, the kind of the meat suit, the 3D physical experience. You know, they have an awareness of something beyond and out there, and they want to kind of start to get more information about how they are affected on a personal level. So galactic astrology really helps us to reconnect to the cosmos. It expands our consciousness, our awareness, and beyond the earth and the 3D. And really, you know, this is stretching us, helping us to grow, to learn more, to remember, to reconnect. And also through galactic astrology, you know, there is so much that you can explore, but ultimately we can look for your soul mission, we can look for your soul gifts, your soul purpose, where you've been, where you might be going, because again, often we can see what's coming in the future as well. And, you know, again, it's ultimately about self-knowledge of the soul. And why is it so important and sort of rising in popularity now? Well, obviously, Earth's is ascending. The consciousness of humanity is on the rise. More people are waking up to the truth that rather than sort of thinking of themselves as humans who have a soul, we see ourselves as souls in a human body, and that totally flips the perception. And more souls are awakening to the truth of who they are. More star seeds are awakening and being activated, and you know, everything is divine timing. Things are speeding up. The ascension process is rapidly sort of underway now, and so more and more people, I feel, are going to be called to explore these kind of areas because of this huge rise in consciousness. I think generally more people are starting to kind of want to know, you know, what's life about? You know, what is the purpose? What's the meaning? Why am I here? Who am I? And there's also a desire to know how we fit into the bigger picture, because again, I think as our awareness expands and we start to consider that, you know, there may be other, I don't know, lives, you know, species, whatever, outside and beyond Earth, galactic astrology is that sort of bridge to help us explore that. And of course, you know, as with everything, astrology is evolving as a practice, as a modality. We're discovering new celestial bodies, new dwarf planets, new asteroids every day. And as we do, you know, we're adding their sort of energy into our knowledge base and how, and it basically expands on what we can bring through and understand through a chart in terms of the insight we can access. Obviously, we're moving towards, or we may even already be in the Aquarian age. We're on the cusp, you know, who knows when it exactly starts, but we're in that sort of transition period. So as the Aquarian age sort of comes along, you know, again, that is going to really I think, expand our galactic perception and our understanding of how we fit into the bigger picture and how Earth is just one part of the puzzle. I feel particularly this year, 2025, and I did a video about this on my YouTube channel just the other week. I feel this is a really strong and important year for starseed and sort of higher frequency souls. Sort of awakening among the more general public as well. Uranus and Gemini in July to November this year is going to be really big, I think, for in terms of awakening of mindset and understanding. The Pisces North Node, which you know we're in now, is really going to encourage people to consider something beyond themselves, beyond the physical, sort of more connection with the higher self and the soul, which is going to activate lots more interest, I would say. Pluto's already in Aquarius, so that again, and Sedna in Gemini, there's lots of transits this year and beyond, which I think are really going to open up the potential for a deeper understanding, a wider understanding and more connection with our star families. And of course, there's been a lot more UFO sightings of late. There was a whole sort of thing in the news before Christmas about drones, are they aliens? Are they spaceships? What is it? I think it doesn't really matter if it's fake or whatever. It's creating a dialogue and interest, and people are talking about it. So, I think from all of those reasons, the future is very, very bright for galactic astrology. Now, how do we do it? As I said, I can't really teach you in the time that I have got left, but I would like to share some pointers. So in terms of what you need, you're going to need an open mind and an inquiring mind. This is not for everybody. It's not going to resonate with everybody, but if you're watching this kind of content, I know I'm talking to you and you do. So you will need also a basic knowledge of astrology, because galactic astrology builds on traditional astrology. So you will need to know the house system. You will need to know what the signs sort of represent, their archetypes, the planets, again, what they mean, how they're showing up, what they're doing in terms of the chart. You will also need to know your own birth details, so your birth time, your birthplace, and your birth date. The time is really important. And I know for some they don't have the exact time. I have worked with clients who haven't had access to that, and I've been able to sort of decipher a time for them and create a reading that has really resonated with them. So it is not, and there are other people who practice rectification, which is a different approach to me. But it is, if you have the exact birth time, you can be guaranteed that you're looking at the exactly correct version of your chart. So time's really important. And, you might not believe it if don't know much about astrology, but even a matter of minutes can actually make a difference. So yeah, we want to know all those details. And then you're either going to need to create your galactic chart manually, and you can do that by having a list of fixed stars and their degree points in the year of your birth. That's quite a long way around to do it. Quite laborious. So if you can go onto the galacticastrochart.com website, which Julia and Hector have created, which is the most incredible resource. You can put in your details. Even if you're not sort of on the course or a practitioner, you have access to a free version. I'm going to show you a copy of a chart in a second, and that you can get a copy of your birth chart or any you can get a copy of your birth chart and you can see your key star alignments. You're then going to need information about the different sort of star energies and their archetypes in order to be able to interpret it. But I'm going to show you, my next slide just shows you an example of the chart. So we've got here an example of the chart. This is the free version that I have pulled off, and this is actually the solstice chart for December. And as you can see down the left hand side, you've got the column with the names of the planets in it, the angles, etc. Then the next column shows the signs and the degree point, then the houses, and then the next columns are the different star alignments. Now, I probably should have said this earlier. When I'm working with fixed stars, I will use an orb of 2 degrees. When I'm working with cosmic points, I tend to go a bit wider, up to 3.5 to 4 degrees. Some astrologers use a wider orb, but for me, I think the energy is much stronger when the orb is a lot closer. So what you really want to look at, I've selected this chart just with conjunctions and oppositions to try and avoid overwhelm. You'll see some lines are empty, there's nothing on them. Some lines have got quite a few. If I was looking at this chart, and obviously, empty lines doesn't mean that you don't have any connections there, especially if we were to add in the trines, sextiles, and squares. This would create a much busier chart. But like I said, I've tried to keep it simple. So this is what you would see, lots of words, lots of numbers, but basically that is your galactic chart. And then if I just go to my next slide, I've highlighted here 3 lines towards the bottom. So when you're starting out, what I would say is you want to look at the outer planets first. Go to Pluto, that is the outermost planet. And with anything on the Pluto line, that is indicative of a very ancient fixed star connection, very ancient galactic energy. Fixed star or cosmic point that has probably traveled with you through many lifetimes and is really supporting your soul's evolutionary journey and really encouraging deep transformation in this lifetime. With a conjunction, it's going to be more embedded. With an opposition, it's going to feel perhaps a little bit more harder to reach, further out, harder to connect with, more distant. But as your consciousness rises, the idea with the oppositions is that that energy starts to become more integrated. And sometimes I see it as energy being projected. So star energy that is literally being beamed at you to support a part of your life in this lifetime. The Neptune line, obviously, in this chart is empty, but if you have stars connected with Neptune, this shows your divine spiritual guidance in this lifetime. Stars that are coming through to really support you at a spiritual level. And also, because Neptune is about vision and imagination and creativity, I often interpret this as, stars that you have this particular responsibility to come in and literally bring that vision of their traits, of their energies, of their archetypes into Earth to support the ascension process. And as you visualize it and start to really live it, you are able to manifest it. And it's sort of, it's a ripple effect to other people starting to recognize that as well. So that's a really beautiful line. And then the Uranus line, Uranus being the planet of awakening and breakthrough and chaos, is really showing you ancient galactic lifetimes where you may have actually set and agreed your galactic soul mission, but also energies that are really supporting your awakening process in this lifetime. So, we look at the house placements as well and the signs, really kind of bringing in all this different information to create this story about your past. And then if you move to the inner planets, you can see I've highlighted 3 at the top here. Unfortunately, I have cropped off the name of the planets rather unhelpfully, but the top one is the sun. And the sun shows us where we are receiving sort of our inner light in terms of star energy, inner guidance, that inner voice, and also potentially lifetimes where we have actually sort of helped to prepare ourselves for this lifetime. And you can see on this chart, there are 4 connections here to extremely high frequency, galactic center and Polaris. So, there's a sense here, if this was a birth chart of a soul who has really connected to and anchored in some very high frequency energy to support them in this lifetime. There's also dragon energy there through Eterman and Orion through Betelgeuse. So yeah, really, really high and very high frequency soul if we were looking at this as a birth chart. The moon shows us stars which we have a really deep emotional connection to. And it may even be a star that kind of gives us that sense of belonging, that real sense of home, of nurture. In this case, Achernar in the Eridanus constellation, very high frequency, connected to the river, symbolism, elemental energy, very playful, very linked to nature. And then the ascendant is possibly the most recent connection that's going to be showing in your chart. It's almost like energy that you are bringing through you, in terms of how you're showing up, energy that is trying to find its voice through you, find its expression through you. And, it's going to feel very, very familiar. And obviously, you can see on this chart, there's lots of different planets, loads of other connections. We can look at all the different lines. There's just some examples here. And Venus, if you have sort of gifts and abilities that you feel may have origins in other lifetimes, we would often look to the Venus line for that. Jupiter can show us, where you have energies that are really here to support your growth and expansion, maybe affect your belief system. Mercury, the messenger, will show us if you feel that you're able to channel star energies. We might be able to see which stars they are coming from, supporting communication. Mars can often, indicate stars that you may have had conflict on, or challenging lifetimes, but also energies that are really giving you life force, and so on. This is not exhaustive. There are many other different sort of planets, angles, bodies that we can look at in terms of their alignments with the fixed stars. And obviously, when we start to bring in the house placements and all the other aspects as well, because it's not just oppositions and conjunctions that we're limited to, we can really start to create a beautiful story and really let the stars speak through us. So how do we interpret them? Once you know what you've got, where they are, how they're showing up, how on earth do we interpret the energies? Well, for me, this is really the fun part. And I would say no one size fits all, for sure. I personally prefer a more positive interpretation. I know there's some quite negative and quite scary interpretations out there when you start looking. But, again, look online. A lot of sort of stars have mythology based sort of interpretations, which really resonates with me. And the star physiognomy, the characteristics of the star are also come in, and also the archetype of the sign that they are sort of associated with. I don't know, Arcturus in Libra, very much about balance, harmony, healing, for example. And, just to give you a few other examples, Sirius, which is the spiritual sun, has been worshipped as the spiritual sun across many ages, is associated with spiritual wisdom, spiritual mastery, with the mystery schools, with sort of ancient esoteric wisdom. Algol, the Medusa star, often associated with the divine feminine, with the goddess and monster type archetypes. Facing your fear, cutting off what no longer sort of serves you. Obviously, if you think Medusa lost her head. Pegasus, I mentioned Pegasus earlier. This is the flying horse, the way shower, the pathfinder, very multidimensional, very sort of good for prophetic and visionary abilities, the ability to rise up, to see the bigger picture. Often when you've got strong Pegasus, you may find actually that you really want to fly, or that you kind of wish you could fly. So use your intuition, allow the stars to speak through you and share their message with you. So I've come to the end. I wanted to say thank you so much again for being here with me. And I have got a free gift to offer, which I think Julia is going to sort of send information or the access link after the summit. It's a free ebook that I've written just to kind of give you a little bit more background, go over what I've shared today, add a little bit more in. I also have a list of resources that I use. It's not exhaustive by any means, but it's my favorite sort of links, resources, books, websites, etc., for finding out more information about the fixed stars. And I've also put in some recommendations on how to connect with your star energies once you know which they are and once you sort of start exploring. So I hope you will find that useful if you're called to ask for that, and you just need to a link will come around and you just fill in your email address and that should come to you. I have a mailing list. I'm also on YouTube, so regularly sharing insight and information about astrology, about stars, about what's going on, about the energies, etc. So please do subscribe if you're not already. It's called Spiral Bright insight, as are my Instagram and my Facebook platform. So again, please do look me up. And, you know, if you want to learn more about astrology, Julia Balaz has got some fantastic courses, which I highly, highly recommend. You know, and again, I'm sure she'll share details of those. I'm hoping to bring some of my own teaching tools to the public later on this year. So keep an eye out for that. And, you know, if you want to get more insight into your own chart, you know, by all means, book a reading. There's many certified practitioners now listed on Julia's website, and we all have our own sort of unique approach, more or less, you know, different strengths, different abilities, different areas of focus. So really sort of, you know, see who you are drawn to, use your discernment, obviously, but really go with who sort of you are drawn to, and that will be the right person for you. But, you know, if you feel called to work with me, all my services are listed on my website, and it really would be an absolute privilege. It always is. I never take it for granted. And I have to say, it always blows my mind, kind of the synchronicities I see in the chart and how, you know, the charts really tell a story. So yeah, just so blessed to be doing this work. I can't tell you. So yeah, once again, thank you so much to Julia and the team and for, you know, bringing this together, making a reality, and for giving everybody this opportunity to really explore quantum soul guidance and all of this amazing sort of subject area in much more depth. I'm going to be staying behind to answer any questions in the chat room. So if you want to connect with me, please do. And if you're watching this on the replay and you've got questions, please feel free just to send me an email, hello@spiralbright.co.uk. I'd love to hear from you. So just good luck for everybody else who has got to come after me. And yeah, have a lovely evening or day, or, you know, wherever you are, whatever time it is where you are. Thank you so much.
Number 3 of day 1 of the Quantum Soul Guidance Summit is Ursula O'Farrell. She's a professionally recognized oil painter and has exhibited her art extensively throughout the United States. She has often felt the invisible support of others guiding her during her painting process. Having experienced several unexplained events, she turned to studying many metaphysical practices to identify who was helping her. Meeting Julia Balaz felt like home, and Ursula has offered her continued support within the Quantum Soul Guidance family of colleagues who are also on a journey to understand more about their cosmic journey. Since July 2022, Ursula has established herself as a certified Quantum Soul Guidance practitioner and has had the delight of guiding many in her one-on-one deep dives through personal readings. Ursula's sharing today will offer the following highlights. We will get to see some of her artwork that she considers was co-created with galactic support. Ursula will share her 3-step painting process with us, with the hope to inspire you and your creative journey. And she will share a free invite for the first 22 people who sign up to meet with her in Zoom to get you started with identifying your galactic ancestors using our galacticastrochart.com calculator. Artist and astrologer, please welcome Ursula to share her insights with us. Enjoy.
Thank you, Julia. What an honor to be here. Just want to give a shout out to my colleagues in the Quantum Soul Guidance community and family, and to welcome anyone I have given a reading to. If you're here, thank you for the permission to look at your beautiful cosmic portrait. And for any newcomers, today I really want to share with you in particular to see if there's a possible engagement opportunity for you to find out who might be of support in this most auspicious year of 2025. I'm based in California, and as many of you know around the world, that we're having catastrophic events that are really pushing so many of us to understand what's important, who's important, and how do I sit and balance myself in the wake of anything happening around me. So my pathway has always been about painting, but in addition, it's also included a great sense of the spiritual. I was the little kid who climbed trees and thought I could talk to birds, and I really could understand them. I was the kindergartner who walked up the hill and thought, okay, angels, lend me your wings so you can help me fly up the hill to my kindergarten class. So these invisible realms, the help that is always around, this is my best and highest wish for anyone listening. I do have a little slideshow that I'd like to share with you in just preparing for this first ever live stream. My colleagues said, well, we'd like to see some of your work. And so the idea of painting with the stars, igniting your creativity with galactic engagement. So for me, it wasn't enough to know something just happened, I got a poke, or I felt a presence. I've always had this interesting idea that if I could know their name, or if I could know where they're from, my family, the angels, it wasn't enough to say Council of 12 or Ascended Masters and learn the names. I knew that there was even more specific information that I could have to engage with family. My biological family and I, well, that was my soul setup where I would become, let's say, the black sheep, the very strange one. She's looking up in the heavens and she's singing Alleluia. There she goes. So if you're like me and you really have an attunement toward the invisible realms, the multi-dimensions, then maybe this little bit of an art show will help support you on your path. Because I'll tell you a secret, I really didn't create paintings alone. They're truly more like, I was told, healing transmitters. So I'm going to start with this first page. And what you're seeing is a beautiful Merkaba. It is a 12-pointed star. You probably recognize it perhaps as Archangel Metatron, but I've placed a picture of myself at age 5 or 6, and it's to remind me to entertain and work with the quantum realms as if I'm a young child again, filled with wonder and imagination, the belief that others do exist whom I might not be able to see as human, that I really could talk to the birds and the animals. So meeting Julia Balaz, I felt immediately there was some type of physical activation, almost like my body was telling me, yes, focus here. Because like Louise, I have Gemini at my midheaven, 22 degrees Gemini, and I love to study all things metaphysical. The hard part was how to focus and narrow in. So meeting the quantum soul guidance family, you know, we're all in class together. It's ongoing. It doesn't end. There's a community and a family of like-hearted beings. You can speak from your knowingness. You can be whoever you want to be. But here I'm showing a picture of a couple of stars that always seem to come out to help support me. And they include Vega in Lyra constellation. And we heard from beautiful Jody's presentation on Lyra. Alphard, the heart of the snake of Hydra, typically comes out to work with me with the beautiful snake medicine. And wouldn't you know, this year of 2025, our Lunar New Year, will launch with the wood snake. So there's a few others, including Bellatrix, Sirius A, Markov, and Hyadim 1. I've had the privilege of giving several hundred readings since I began this journey with Julia and certification for the last 2.5 years. And it has been an honor to see others with specific star systems. And we get to kind of compare notes and see what is the archetypal meaning at the moment of your birth and how does it impact my life. So I'm just going to give a shout out. If you enjoy Galactic Astrology or you're new to it, I do have a YouTube channel called The Ascension Playground. So you'll find me there, and you'll also find me on my art website, ursulafineart.com. So I'm going to go to the next slide. Here it is. So I don't know about you, but in 2012, during the shift of ages, this time that Cryon said, we would look back before 2012 and call it the age of darkness. And now we're in this photonic light belt, like Pam Gregory, astrologer, shares with us too, that something shifted within me. I was pretty well known as a figurative abstract painter showing in multiple galleries in the United States. But something just wasn't feeding me with the figurative or abstract art anymore. Instead, my teacher, Randy Masters, here in California, who's worked with Drunvalo Melchizedek and others, really pointed out this specific geometry. I was in his class and I felt something poke me from behind. I turned around and there was this specific shape. He said the shape was given to him by a channeler named Shawnee. So I just took the lead and I found out that what this shape is, when you put 2 pentagons, so a double penta, and the outside shape is a 6-sided shape. So you got the pentahexa of 5, 6. And I know the universe and God oftentimes teaches us and talks to us through numerology, frequency, and vibration. So if this is new for you, just understand the 5, 6, the male, female is coming together in this particular shape. I love metaphysical books. And so the recent Divine Temple book by Freddie Silva, who does amazing archaeoastronomy, he actually had this shape very much invisibly defined on his recent book cover. And what this shape is the bare bones of the divine temple in Abydos, Egypt, called the Osirian. Now, many of you might know the name Osiris, Isis, and Horus. Well, this shape echoes basically the structure of this gorgeous divine temple in Abydos. And it's all about resuscitation, rebirth, resurrection. So many wanted to resurrect after physical death that it actually became a cult of Osiris, and many people wanted to be buried. They were paying to be buried there. But the real magic of the Osirian temple in Abydos is that people were trained in the sacred mystery schools how to sit and leave their bodies and enter into the quantum states. This idea of moving out of the third dimension and into other densities. Why? To bring back information, to bring back new technologies, to bring back this wisdom and remembering of who we truly are as multi-dimensional beings. At the top circle, I've included a very well recognized shape called the flower of life. I've added this in my painting at the center, where the very point, the center point, has an archangel surrounded by feminine flowers and the circle of all that is. My heart's delight would be if you look at this painting and really focus on the center through your heart chakra, that you too will remember many lifetimes where you were able to access other quantum fields. So part of understanding the galactic is more than just aliens, star seeds. It's this idea of remembering who you truly are in quantum, out of the non-linear time space of 3D. So this temple was built, they think, in the 3rd century before the Christian era. So imagine that, 3 centuries before the Christian era. It's a while back. It's resonating with me now today in 2025. Okay, another art piece to share with you. This one I created, you can see that's the same shape, but it has a little more cosmic star-like energy with the centerpiece holding a 64-point unity star grid. I wanted to bring in the beautiful name of Hildegard von Bingen. As many of you might know, she was born in 1098 and was almost like, where did she come from? Because she came in this idea of the Middle Ages when things were very dark, an eye for an eye. It was pretty amazing of what just surviving was enough. But here she is, this mystic, visionary, artist, composer, poet. I believe she was one of the people that could access these quantum realms, working with galactic support, family support, and bring through amazing technology through her sounds and music and artwork. Hildegard von Bingen. If this is a new name for you, I would consider you looking her name up in YouTube and just listening to her sonic vibrations of sound. I mean, the nuns would faint because of the this breathing that they had to do to actually meet what she wanted in the compositions. The name Sibyl of the Rhine, based in Germany. Hildegard von Bingen. If she can do it, maybe we can do it too. Way ahead of her time. And then this might be a little more familiar. I've created this painting working with what's called the Fibonacci sequence, or many of you might know the golden spiral, the golden frequency. When I see this painting, and I've placed that same angelic form in the center where it's a 0 point. So for those who might have learned in math way back when, Fibonacci is you take 0 and you add 1. Then you add those two numbers, you get 0, 1, 1. Adding the 1 and 1, you get 2. So it's this idea of fractalization of from the 0 point, we can be the micro and move into the macro. My heart's desire would be to have someone looking at this painting and perhaps remembering their divine connection, not outside themselves, but within, to actually think about embracing the God particle within you as all that is, a fractal of the divine. So I'm calling in Leonardo of Pisa, who in 1202, he wrote a book called Liber Abaci. And this is where he brought back this idea of the numeric frequencies. Oftentimes, God speaks to us in terms of numerology, but when you bring the numbers in with the shape, there's sonic sounds held in the angles and the particular geometries. I love Pam Gregory, astrologer, because for me, it seems like our cosmic portrait truly is our astrology chart held in our heart chakra to sonically say, here I am in 3D. The other Leonardo I wanted to mention is quite famous, Leonardo of Vinci, Da Vinci, in the High Renaissance period, born in 1452. Here's another extraordinary human being who gifted us with so many drawings and paintings. And you may know him from the Vitruvian Man, the man who's showing us the divine proportions within the human body, right? So it's the square or the circle being squared of all that is. There's high potent metaphysical resonance and downloads when you look at his work. In fact, I believe he was able to access the quantum fields and bring through from his drawings, my God, flying machines, way ahead of his time. The idea of flight, airplanes, helicopters. So again, if he can do it, maybe we can too. It just takes this idea of believing and remembering that I am way more than I think I am. And that's why I called in my inner child to say, let's just play. Let's see. This next slide really touches my heart. In fact, when I look at this painting, I'm reminded of the work of Cryon, channeled by Lee Carroll. The mystery schools of understanding that our Pleiadian star mothers did stay behind to help seed humanity, working with the Syrians. So we have this idea of, can we remember our ancestral, our galactic heritage? So this painting, again, I've placed a 64-point unity star grid. For me, this holds this idea of, remember, you can travel, you can access all points of yourself if you choose to in a non-linear fashion. So I want to share with you the art on the other side of my painting is a woman named Hilma of Klint. You know, she's amazing to me because during her time, she was born in 1862. 100 years later, I was born. But get this, during her generation, women, it was just not proper to paint. So you'd had to do it in secret. But she worked with the idea of theosophy and Helena Blavatsky, and she brought together 4 other women, and they met, and they formed a circle. And from that circle, they would trade and help support this channeled information coming from other realms. Her work was so advanced, and she knew her art was ahead of its time, that it would be rejected in her current generation. So at her death, she said, please do not show my paintings till 20 years after I'm dead. It turns out 40 years later, her work was discovered and shown at the Guggenheim Museum because her work actually predates art history, crediting men such as Piet Mondrian, Vasily Kandinsky, and Malevich as the fathers of abstraction. Who would know and have a good laugh that was really Hilma af Klint, who was way ahead of her time, giving us abstraction before the men. So it's neither male, female. It's just more like, do you want to access the quantum realms and bring back technologies, including art or poetry, whatever you really enjoy and move through your heart with? Okay, so I don't mean to put Julia on the spot, but I did include her picture as I was thinking about this painting that I know she likes. It's toroidal fields with Om in the center, and it's that 64-point unity star grid. And this slide is to remind me who this, I'm going to choke up, this family that has helped me. So I absolutely love the work of Lisa Royal Holt and her beautiful book, The Prism of Lyra. Fascinating and foundational if you're interested in the galactic. Lee Carroll channeling Cryon. If he can do it, we can too. If you're familiar with Richard Rudd, who studied with Ra Uru Hu, the gene keys and human design were all downloads. When the collective is ready, the answers come. Are you open to receiving? And so both Ra Uru Hu and beautiful Richard Rudd both had just very phenomenal spiritual downloads. This is available to those who are open to receiving. I have a picture of a stargate, having gone up to Mount Shasta and studied with Prageet Harris. He was given this beautiful structure, this stargate, to channel with and brings forward Alcazar. So Cryon, Alcazar, Lisa works with Sasha, a Palladian. And then, of course, astrologically, we've got beautiful Bernadette Brady and Pam Gregory. Bernadette has her star school. There's no words that can describe how impactful Pam Gregory has been to so many of us. You can catch her on YouTube. And then Julia Balaz, to create this idea of an Aquarian system to help bring us together, to have an architectural format for souls from around the world to meet one another for healing, for helping, for remembering. So beautiful. And very grateful. This is the kind of course that keeps on building and growing. It's not just one point and you're done. It's really an invitation for returning to family members, if you so choose it. There's a lot to learn as well. All right, so this particular painting that I did, you can see more clearly. It's again an Osirian divine temple blueprint. This time I'm showing you the two pentas, the pentagons, which each one will create a 5-pointed spiraling star. So the stars just keep spiraling in and then spiraling out. And so many of us, I'm just going to point to the timeline. Yesterday, January 13th, 2025. Did you feel that wolf full moon energy? The wolf howling in the night with the moon? Why? So we can find one another. So if you're actually on this call or if you're listening in the future, I believe you've heard the wolf and the tribe is calling you to remember who you are. And if you want to know the names, like I was curious, tell me the names. What is your galactic heritage? Who are my soul connections? I'm very much like, prove it to me, please, being double Virgo and a Pisces moon. So I carry that Pisces Virgo. I'm going to analyze it, but I got to experience and feel it as well. So I rock this way with, tell me the stories of the past. Let me see if it makes sense in the current present. And then it will guide me as I choose where to navigate in the future. But all the tom-toms, and you'll hear from so many of my colleagues in this beautiful live stream, will share with you, this is quite an auspicious year. Many of the planets are going to be changing signs. What does that mean? If you're new to astrology, I'm going to tell you, it is a language. It's like learning a foreign language. So fear not. There can be some really gentle, easy ways, like Louise was talking about, to just come in, learn like, where are your soul connections? The strongest, as was stated, are going to be your conjunctions to basically your natal chart. You know, your sun, your moon, your ascendant. But for me, I really want to know, well, who wants to play? Who wants to co-create with me in this most auspicious year? I'm going to call out an idea that Pam Gregory said as well, that this idea of creation, choosing creation and co-creation is going to be pivotal, because we're going to be seeing things in the outer world, on our planet, in our communities, in our homes. And how do we stay in the center point? So for me, I want to make sure I call in my family. And if you're ready to play, let me see, I'm going to get to the next slide. I wanted to show you just a brief glimpse. You can see I've created this Merkaba, this 12 around the 1 star. So again, first it's the 6 around the 1, the center, but 12 around the 1 in geometry, that's 13. That's the sacred divine feminine. Are you feeling her? Are you feeling her within you with your sacred divine masculine? So how do we come into balance? My support crew includes Sirius A, the brightest star in the heavens from Earth, right? So what is this Sirius A dancing with my natal Mars in Cancer in the 10th house mean? Remember the fire of immortality. We are all energy. Ursula, you are energy. You are a soul. Energy does not die. It just transmutes. So it's that reminder, as I get a little nervous watching the news sometimes, it's like how to stay in balance and how to know what's going on, but stay, as Pam Gregory says, stay in your eagle's perch. We signed up to be here now. And so observing and witnessing, we're in this together. So thank you, Sirius A, for reminding me. I'm going to scoot down to Deneb Adige. It's Italian, Adige, right? So I didn't realize that this shaman star, that is the great Isis or Swan, the Cygnus constellation. This is called the tail of the swan, but it's really the birthing point, the vesica, the portal of rebirth. And so this shaman star reminds me, what am I giving birth to? And even if things fall apart or crumble, what will come next? So this idea of just regeneration, I signed up for a journey. I am on this hero's journey. So when I scrape my knees or things get really, really dark, how am I going to move to the next level in my own personal awareness and evolution? Well, the stars are here to guide me. So I can call in Deneb. And there's many Denebs, right? It means tail. There's the goat's tail. There's the swan's tail. There's the lion's tail. This is a specific one. This is with Isis. This is the swan. You're probably seeing a common theme in my trajectory here. Isis, Osiris, Horus, this idea of the creation story. I was raised Catholic in a military family. We just didn't talk in the language of this type of universal energy, but that's who I truly am, and I'm enjoying it and being reaffirmed in the Quantum Soul Guidance Collective. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead. Well, let's see. I guess Orion's Nebula wants to say something too. We all know where to find Orion in the sky, typically. We find the 3 belt stars, Al-Nalam, Al-Natek, and Mesa. And then we look below where the hunter's sword could be. And there we find the nebula. And for me, this is where I choke up. It's the star nursery. It's where stars are born. And there's something on my heart about this idea of the young ones and the potential coming forward. So many times I look at my paintings as little babies, here they are. Who wants to leave the nest? So in my natal chart, I have it at my midheaven, the joy of creation, the mother of many children, the star mother of the many paintings. So anyway, I have a free gift I wanted to offer. For those of you who want to meet me in the Lunar New Year, January 29th at 10 o'clock, I am available for the first 22 newcomers to Quantum Soul Guidance. If you're new and want to just get started on the calculator, you want to help put in the 12 star families for you to support you, all you do is before January 25th, send me an email and I will try and work with you to identify ahead of time. So my email, I think Julia's got it down at the bottom of the list. I'm gonna just do one more slide. Oh, let's see. Not to forget, they said. So it is bringing in the wood snake energy, the divine feminine, the 13, calling in the wolf of yesterday with the wood snake that will launch the lunar new year. In astrology, we know that there's also an Aries, 0 point Aries, beginning of the astrological year. So in astrology, we do look at different cycles of time. We look at Chronos time, Kairos time. It's just looking at what lessons want to come up and how are we doing with it today. It's like, oh, you again, Saturn return. Oh, you again, solar return. So I just wanted to share from my heart that if there's 22 of you that feel called to learn a little bit more, come into the shallow end of the pool with me. I'm pretty user friendly and I'll just show and point to you. And if you get stimulated, come join us in the class at whatever level feels comfortable for you. Here's my last little slide to remind myself a couple of things. And I'm going to just say this into the video, and I'm hoping I'm doing okay on time because I do want to leave some Q&A. Remember, dear one, for all of us, we are never alone. Even with the devastation happening, we're never alone. So you can call in help. It requires an invitation for engagement. There is that universal law of non-interference. So once you know who your star family is, you can create your own mantras. You can create your own activation prayers. It's for you, but you're never alone. And if it's the darkest night of your soul, just call in your counsel. You can renegotiate your contract, okay? We have that power. We just have to remember to use it. And secondly, if it really gets rough, gosh, I know it's hard to hear, but we did all choose to be here together, right? We chose to be here. We're not just here by happenstance. Many of us as old souls, we wanted to witness this rebirth of Gaia. We wanted to be part of the great collective awakening of humanity. And the sentient beings, the whales and the dolphins, remembering that their sonic vibrations are here to support the whole. We're all traveling and expanding together in this greater super consciousness. And then thirdly, don't forget, you can invite and co-create, not just for self, but for the greater good. When you align your passion with the greater good, it's like rocket fuel. So I just wanted to remind you that this co-creation is real. Remember Leonardo da Vinci, Hilma af Klint, Hildegard von Bingen, Ursula O'Farrell, and you, okay? And then lastly, your love matters. I keep referring to Pam Gregory. It's only because she's remarkable. Pam, it is staying centered. It is remembering the heart of it all. We can feed our mind with all this information, but traveling that 18 inches down to the heart, this is where the expansion happens, and this is where the travel happens, and it's entering the heart space through our own inner child. So when you start playing with moving off the timeline, like in the dream space, you're going to find like, oh my God, I can actually sit my little inner child on my heart chakra. I can call in my badass teenager. Yeah, I ain't taking this. Here we go. Okay, I want you too. And my young adulthood and my older Ursula can come and share with me. So it's not just all of me here, but also, hey, me in Lyra, the me in Hydra. And oh, that alien story of the reptilians that I'm afraid of, that's me too. It's a big cosmic joke in the end, in some ways, that the thing I'm most afraid of is myself. So this is about unity consciousness, and we're truly moving away. In fact, I have a little note here. Because we're all in this together in the shift of ages, we're moving, of course, from Piscean to Aquarian age. We're moving from the mind to the heart. We're moving from duality to unity. We're moving from Earth's country state, this is my geography, to more universal brotherhood and sisterhood. We're moving from consumerism to being a guardian of Mother Earth. We're moving from victim consciousness to the observer, right? Letting the love and the observer, it's all drama. Cowboys and Indians, I've been both. So I'm going to pause there because sometimes I get overwhelmed when I think about the potential that's here. I am trying to, like you, stay in the center point, but I do believe that when you find out that you're not alone and that there is family for you, there's family for the teenager that's not sure they want to keep going. There's family for depression and bipolar addictions. So it's real. It's not just metaphysical, spiritual, head knowledge. This stuff is real. And your family, if you invite them in galactically, sit down with them, meditate, they're there for you. So it's kind of funny because it's almost 11:11. And if you don't mind, I think I have a little bit of time. Let's go ahead and for just a moment, can we just in our hearts send love and light where it is needed most on our planet, especially in Southern California, especially with Mother Earth and her volcanic eruptions, especially for all the animals, especially for the thousands who've been displaced. And these words, nevertheless, we wanted to be here, we are here. And are you watching with joy and wonder that this time we're going to get it right? This time we're going to choose love. We're not going to choose technology per se, mechanically. We're going to choose love. We're going to choose community, especially during crises. So one of the stars I have in my heart is Achernar. And this is the end of the great river Eridanus. And so if you have Achernar in your chart in a very strong way, you're here to anchor and hold during times of crises. And so just knowing that in my own chart, I just got, Lord, okay, bring it on, because I've got the support with this star family. I basically signed up for this on a soul level, and I'm remembering, oh yeah, I wanted that. And if it's too much, I can go back and renegotiate my contract. I'm going to take a look and see if you have any questions. Hi, Julia. Yay, live with Julia.
That was beautiful, Ursula. Thank you so much. I just want to come live and honor you as an invaluable member of our community, because there are so many newcomers to our community on this live and probably will watch in replay. And I want to share that Ursula, from early on, as she entered the course, she cannot help but care for every little soul in our community. And she was so wonderful and generous in helping me hold better space, especially for newbies to astrology. So after the Galactic Astrology 101 course was published, and when we worked on Quantum Soul Guidance Practitioner course, Ursula had this wonderful idea of collaborating and doing group video lessons where we went through the basics. Because you see, when I created the courses, it was such a flow of writing. It just all happened very fast, although 9 months in making, but it was just constant flow. So then once it was out, it was beautiful to have that extra support and to think about, especially newbies to astrology, people who maybe felt overwhelmed by all the galactic and quantum stuff. So there's so many beautiful videos inside the course where Ursula and I are co-creating, and she created lovely slideshows. And I always think of her as a mother guardian in our community, and I couldn't be more grateful for her being with us and sharing this amazing energy of love and grounded wisdom. So thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. If I could just add too, for the newcomers to astrology, we've had colleagues join without any astrological background. I mean, this is an expansive place to come join and just find out if it's for you or not. You know, the 101 course is a great place to start, but you can come with Reiki, with your crystal knowledge, with we have a lot of psychotherapists, we have nurses, we have people from all walks of life. You know, my training's a painter and a mother, but and I'm working in corporate, but it's this idea that you begin where you are and don't have the like editing that because I don't know astrology, maybe this isn't for me. If you can help others in your family or friends by learning their chart, I invite you, I challenge you to just try it and then come join me and let's just figure out where your star families are and get you set up so you can launch to whatever you want to do next.
Yes. While we still have a few more minutes, I also want to highlight the 2 videos that Ursula and I did together that are shared publicly on both our YouTube channels. One was on the evolution of art in Ursula's life, pre and post galactic activation. It's so amazing to see the progress. And then we did a beautiful video together on art and cosmic consciousness and sacred, what is it? Sacred shapes. What's the word? Geometry.
Geometry. Yeah.
Yes. So that also received beautiful feedback. So for anyone who is deeply resonating with Ursula's energy, I highly recommend her Ascension Playground YouTube channel that is packed with just delightful and valuable information. So super well done. I am going to check on any questions and comments. They're just saying, so inspirational. Ursula is beautiful. And there is a question, Ursi, do you have a tip when family is not open to astrology and when they are so focused on daily life that they have no time for anything from the stars?
That's such a great question because I started astrology to find out what was going on with my own children, especially the teenage years. Was it me or was it them? And so that was the encouragement because I didn't grow up with astrology, though I was secretly reading the books. So this idea that you can train yourself and you stay in your lane and you figure out like even the guiding words of, well, I understand maybe you're from this star system or have a high impact with this energy or this storyline, that you're here again to learn about boundaries. You know, so many people from Lyra are still working on boundaries. And so we think we're loving, 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 but we're actually not holding space for ourselves and the giving away of self. So it's fascinating to find out with the galactic and astrology that we bring with us on a soul level the imbalances that we said in this lifetime we will try and correct, because we're always trying to expand, but we don't go up to the higher octave level, the higher vibration, until we learn, address, and let go of these karmic kind of lessons. And so when I learned about Orion, it was like, oh my gosh, there's so much fighting. Well, if there's a lot of contrast and fighting, either inside yourself or those around you, look and see what stars of Orion are bringing. I mean, I love your question because it's real and it's human. And I'm very practical. So I'm like, how do I make it work for me guiding them? I don't know if that answered.
If I may share example also from my personal life, I'm so grateful for astrology allowing me to see that my daughter, who is 13 now, I don't need to push her to be into any of this stuff, because I can see in her chart as it evolves, as the transit, as I looked into future, there is a very high probability that she will flip into this higher consciousness naturally at a certain age, while now she's supposed to be in the consciousness that she's in, with her friends and fitting in and all that. And in particular, just even looking at the lunar nodes going from Gemini South Node, so all about this everyday life interaction, socialite and all that, and then eventually activating the Sagittarian North Node, which is very likely when she will grow an interest into higher wisdom and spirituality and all this, and especially when she sees me doing all this work. But knowing that, I don't feel like I have to educate her. It's enough to just imprint on her while she sees me working. If I didn't know that, maybe I would feel like, am I doing something wrong? Shouldn't she be more, there's the timer.
That was my
Astrology can be very helpful, and it's important to be respectful of everyone's divine timing for their own activation, right?
Yeah, and I would add just on top of that, if you have a child especially, or you know someone who has a neurodivergent or child on the spectrum, it helps hold grace for understanding it and why so many are coming in. I mean, it does shift you from victim consciousness and, oh my God, how could this happen, to this idea of, wow, there's an evolutionary path happening here. How do I stay in support of my loved ones or myself who might be on the spectrum in some way, and just embrace it as part of the divine equation of who I am.
Beautiful. Thank you for adding that. I just want to read two more beautiful comments to offer feedback to you. Cheryl is saying, I have absolutely loved your presentation, Ursula. I can't stop crying. I agree and resonate with so much of what you have said. So that's one. And then Amalika Jackson, I believe. Love your presentation, Ursula. Thank you for your deep insights and the references in history to your channeled works. My mom is an artist and will love your presentation as well, I'm sure.
There is something about being an artist that gives you almost an umbrella to say, well, she's an artist or he's an artist. But this idea to be able to see things and feel things differently. And so this idea of, because I'm not normal and I can see things differently, this is where co-creation, and I don't have to do it alone. But the heart center, what is it that you're really trying to manifest? We can see in the chart, and there's so many great practitioners now who are certified. So find your time zone, find who resonates. Julia, you have done side-by-sides with each of us so people can get a flavor of this broad range of many languages and talents. But for the creative ones, come join me in Zoom. I'm happy to get you started. And if I get too many requests, then I'll send you a star report, a la Bernadette Brady, because she talks about heliacal rising and setting, and she comes at it from a different lens of visual astrology. And so we hold the whole of it, like divine timing, support. But this is the pivotal time. This is it. I mean, between now and 2027, it's like put the pencils down in a certain way and just know you're where you are needing to be, and hold that space. In fact, if we have just a second, I'd love to recite something quickly. This Pleiadian star message that has come through, this idea is just 4 sentences. If you could just join me. I am the light. I am the love. I am the truth. I am. And feel that. Feel that in your heart. Powerful I am messages. And when you say it sonically, it's held in the loving vibration and frequency. It's held in the nest of Mother Earth as she also ascends in this most amazing time of 2025. I want to thank everybody for coming. Appreciate it. Again, check out all these great practitioners. I'm around if you want to play. And yeah. Someone wanted my email address. It's umofarrell@gmail.com. Or you can just send me a message on my YouTube channel, The Ascension Playground. Oh, yeah. On The Ascension Playground, I just posted today free Zoom. And so put a message in that on my Ascension Playground. And I'll see you soon in Zoom. Just so lovely to be with you guys. I'm kind of in this time warp, but I think we're on time. I am the love. I am the light. I am the truth. I am.
Perfect. Such an honor. Thank you so much, Ursi.
Love you guys.
Speaker number 4 of day 1 of our Quantum Soul Guidance Summit is Adriana Pendolino. Adriana has been an intuitive tarot reader professionally for the past 5 years. She's had a deep interest in divination tools all her life and used oracle cards since she was a child. She became fascinated with astrology as a young adult and then became more serious about studying astrology along with using her intuitive abilities in recent years. This led her to Julia's Galactic Astrology course, which she was certified as a practitioner in June 2nd, 2024. Her main focus is to bring clarity for her clients to the questions they bring are finding past life patterns that can be healed in the current life. She loves to use the combination of astrology and oracle cards to give as much detail as she can, bringing deep confirmations for those she connects with. She's from the United States, but has now settled into her new home in the beautiful UK, along with her husband and cat. In Adriana's studies and work with galactic astrology and past life reading, she's found the use of adding in past life oracle cards to bring even more details to experiences that someone has had through their soul's history. As a practicing intuitive tarot reader for over 5 years, it made sense for her to pull past life oracle cards when looking at someone's own chart to confirm her own intuitive findings. She also noticed certain cards made connection to both Earth lifetimes in Atlantis, ancient Egypt, Greece, and so on to the galactic fixed star connections that show up in a birth chart. These correlations show the repeated ancestral patterns that are deeply rooted from our soul's past life in other realms and then onto Earth. By identifying these patterns, she's found that this helps us to see what ancestral karma we are meant to break and heal. In this presentation, Adriana will present her style of doing past life readings, give specific examples of common cards that appear with certain star or constellation connections like Lyra, and she will do a brief mini reading for the collective on the current transits of 2025. Can't wait now. Let's enjoy.
Hello, everyone. I'm so honored to be here, and thank you, Julia, and the whole team for putting this beautiful summit together. It's really an honor, and I feel so lucky to be here and share all this beautiful information that I've learned through Julia's course and in my own research and findings with these readings that I've done. And if anyone's watching that I have connected with in the past with readings, thank you so much for your support and for being here in this space. Really feeling the love through these beautiful presentations. So such a great welcoming space to be in. So I am going to be presenting my, let's see, here it is. There we go. First slide. So these are ancestral patterns that I have found through, again, the use of my own readings that I have done so far. I'm sure I'll find more and more information as I go along. So I'd say about the past year, maybe a little less. This is what I've got so far, and it's been actually quite a lot, more than you would think, I guess. And it's been such a journey to do this, and I love every bit of it. As Julia said in my introduction, I had been I still am a tarot reader. I've always been doing divination since I was very young. I even use a pendulum as well to kind of help me confirm certain things if I need more of a yes, no type answer. And I really wanted to carry that into these beautiful galactic astrology readings so I can get even more details as much as I could for the people I was connecting with. I guess my main focus is to really share the experience more so. I do like the sharing of the different beings as well. So not that there's anything wrong with that, but I like to, I think, focus more on the experience that somebody has had. So that way we can, of course, identify what keeps coming up through our incarnations and what can we heal in this life. So again, I combine the beautiful use of galactic astrology here, again, taught from Julia, and look at the different fixed stars. So if we look at this is just a transit chart here, but if this was a natal chart, let's say for somebody, I would take a look and see, so let's say here with Pluto, okay, they have a Ladfar tightly conjunct here. A Ladfar is a fixed star in Lyra, and Lyra is a very big one for me. I get tons of people from Lyra, and I think that's because I very much resonate with Lyrans, being very much closely connected to that star system in my own personal chart. So I would look at that and I would see, okay, this is where you are connected to here. You have past life origins, connections here. And what I do is I do use my own intuitive abilities to kind of basically intuit whether or not this was an actual past life that was there, or is it more so the energy from the star system? Because sometimes it could be just the energy and perhaps give some extra traits and characteristics, just like you would in a natal chart reading, for example. So I would intuit that. And once I've determined that, yes, this definitely, I really feel that this was a past life that you had here, especially if it's very tightly conjunct here, a tight orb with Pluto. This could maybe be an origin from very, very long ago, if we want to think of time as linear. So then I say, okay, I'll look at, some of the aspects in the chart, see what's going on there to kind of tell the story of what's happening here. So if it's in the first house, maybe this had to do with your personality, your sense of identity there. And in your current life, I would say that, okay, you probably very much identify with the Lyran characteristics, which I would then tell you what those are during the reading. But again, I want to get as much detail as possible. I just love all the details. So I go ahead and I pull from my past life oracle deck here. Actually, I can quickly show. It is by Doreen Virtue. I don't believe she actually does cards anymore, but these cards, and Brian L. Weiss, I believe. So perhaps he did the illustrations, but But yes, these actually are more so for Earth past lives, but I have been able to work with them through my practice and through doing the coursework in Julia's Galactic Astrology program. With all that practice and being able to intuit these cards meant for Earth past lives, I've been able to actually apply it to these amazing past lives in other realms and galactic environments. So yeah, really cool stuff to really get that. So yeah, and I do also Earth past lives as well, of course. So sometimes too, for people, it's easier to start off with the Earth past lives and then kind of work our way towards the more off Earth and other realms, different dimensions. This is all multi-dimensional here, so there's so many layers to it. So again, I'm very customizable in the way that I approach readings too. So if it's too much to do the galactic, I can do baby steps to getting there, or just focus on even one particular life. If somebody had, you know, Pleiades or Sirius, and they wanted to just focus on one, then we could do that and pull some cards. So again, to use this as an example, if this was Lyra and these were the cards I got, I would say, yeah, you have deep roots here. You have this beautiful card of trees that shows, I think, a family tree. So deep roots here. So very much embedded in your soul records. And you've gained a lot of wisdom, learned a lot of things. And I might ask and pose the question, well, what have you learned in this lifetime? And let's reflect on these lessons here. And perhaps one of those lessons might be that you might struggle with some sort of abandonment issues, because we have the orphan card here. And interestingly enough, that's kind of a good transition actually to my next slide with Lyra. The orphan card comes out almost all the time with the Lyra readings. And I feel like that is just really giving extra confirmation, if you needed more confirmation, that there was this event that happened there where many were abandoned and had to seek refuge. So let me backtrack a little bit. So if those of you who maybe are new to Lyra, others I think have mentioned this already, but the Prism of Lyra, I highly recommend. It is by Lisa Royal Halt, and she is a channeler. There's many other channelers too who have picked up on, again, the same story that has played out in Lyra. And just to kind of give it a brief sum up, I kind of think of it as this place that was once kind of a paradise, a Garden of Eden, I would say. And there was attacks that happened. There was war that happened from other beings that came in. So there's no surprise there too that ships, the oracle card of ships comes in quite often with this. There's another card too called transportation. I've kind of grouped transportation and ships together because it's very much, I get through the same message with those cards of having to leave, to escape, to seek refuge in other star systems. And I've even had a couple of readings where I was able to figure out where they go, which was really cool because it was somewhere, I can't remember the name of it now, but Julia had said it in the course. And funny enough, I got that same one that was mentioned to be one of the main places that many Lyrans escaped to seek out refuge. So, I mean, for me personally, getting this, being somebody who has a Lyra connection, my star connection is to Sulafat in Lyra. So that is the fixed star I am closely aligned to, and in my sun sign. So this feels more recent, that I was there before choosing to come onto our beautiful earth here. So it's just so really so beautiful for me personally when I connect with other fellow Lyrans. But many of us are actually from Lyra. If we go into this is a whole different topic, but if we go into the channeled messages of our DNA, actually tracing back to this for humans, that is, which again, Lisa Royal Holt does mention that in The Prism of Lyra. So if you're interested in that, I do recommend this book by her. Again, it really resonates for me, and if you're interested, it might for you as well. So yeah, what are these common themes then that we see? So like I said, with the orphan card, a lot of the times through the readings that I've had with people, it might be that they themselves were abandoned by their family. Some of their family might have chosen to fight. I actually had somebody too who was a warrior, and she chose to fight. And it was so cool to really get that, because she had this vision her whole life of that happening, and then doing this reading, we were able to piece that together. So again, she kind of had this guilt, though, of having to abandon her people, but it was to fight this battle that was going on. So for some people, it was that. For others, they were the ones that were left and had to seek out shelter and find some sort of refuge somewhere. So what does this mean in our modern Earth lifetime right now in our 3D reality? So that can manifest as abandonment issues within us. So how can we find a sense of security and safety? Finding home, that is a big one for Lyrans, I think, particularly. But I think for many of us who are connected to the stars kind of feel like that. But finding our home here on Earth and being able to make it here, make our home here. And yeah, finding that safety net here. And also with the ships and leaving, travel could come up for you. Maybe you like to travel, or it could even be the opposite. Maybe you kind of shy away from wanting to be nomadic. Perhaps you want more stability and have more of a grounded living situation because of what you dealt with in your past life. Again, looking for more stability now. So again, this was one of the biggest ones. I hope to collect some more insights, I guess research, you could say, on this. The more readings I do, of course, I'll be able to accumulate more. But Lyra was the biggest one. But I do have, of course, more to share with the oracle cards. So, of course, can't talk about ancestral patterns without also mentioning relationships. That is probably one of the biggest themes that come up in almost, I want to say almost every reading that I've had, even readings, again, that are not the galactic readings, but the Earth lifetimes type of readings. Relationships definitely do come up a lot. So some of you, if you were to get these cards when I do a reading, you might have the sense of, I've met you before with the person that you are currently with. And that often shows up with the spouse card in particular, that your current partner or spouse is somebody that, yes, you've met before. And in fact, I did do a reading. It was very beautiful. It's actually one of our, I think one of the students in our course, she let me do a reading for her when I was still studying. And her husband and her, they were kind of star-crossed lovers, and they were able to find each other again in this lifetime. So that was really beautiful to see. And who doesn't love a good love story? So I'm a hopeless romantic, so I love getting anything to do with relationships and love. Synastry readings are always fun to do. But these also bring on opportunities to heal the karma in the relationship. So with that karmic relationship card, a lot of times I do think the karmic relationship card in particular, the karmic relationship label in general, does get a little bit of a bad connotation. And yes, it can be, but what it's really doing is it's bringing this opportunity here in your current life to heal the karma. But of course, it takes two, right? It takes two to make things work. So, at the end of the day, if it's only one person who is identifying the repeated issues and willing to work at it, but the other person's not, then of course there's an imbalance there. So maybe you'll work out your soul contract in a different lifetime and find something to work out. Or maybe your lesson could be to break away from that, and that was the lesson that you needed to learn, and that was the soul contract you both had with each other, is to learn that lesson. But other times there are good opportunities and positive, quote unquote positive outcomes to healing the relationship and having a chance at love and being together, especially if you weren't able to be together because of maybe wars and other things of that nature. So yeah, this is always really cool to see come up in reading. So yes, relationships, definitely a big one that comes up for past lives. Okay, so Atlantis, I thought, this is a really popular one, so couldn't help but to share Atlantis, and a very beautiful realm, Atlantis. Now, this is one that actually was on our beautiful Earth here at some point in time, Atlantis. So if you have in your chart, this is what I again have found so far in my own personal experience, is that if you with fixed star Nihal, and then the Hyades constellation. Hyades is actually right next door to the Pleiades. So I wouldn't be surprised if anyone who has connection to Pleiades also feels connected to Atlantis as well. And Pisces Austrinus, particularly with fixed star Fomalhaut. So that is the little fish, not the big fish, the Pisces fish. So that is the smaller one. So no surprise there that that is connected to the beautiful realm of Atlantis. So again, too, you can check this for free on on Julia's website, galacticastrochart.com. You can check that out. And obviously, if you would like any of us to intuit that information for you, you can go to the practitioners page for that as well. But yes, I thought this was interesting information to share with connection to Atlantis here. And again, Atlantis was another civilization that perhaps had some sort of, I'm not necessarily sure if it was war, but there was definitely polarity that shifted. And of course, there was unfortunately a fall to Atlantis. So like Lyra falling, Atlantis fall or sank maybe in this case. So there is that, those ancestral things can come up again, of feeling out of place here and finding your sense of home. And I'm sure probably believing in Atlantis, or even Lemuria is another one as well. Okay. So another oracle card that often comes out in my past life readings is trees. Trees comes out quite a bit, actually. And for me, what I intuit, that I really feel it is confirming that this is where you are deeply rooted. So if I'm looking at a particular star, so let's say Pegasus constellation, Beta Pegasi, and there's a fixed star called Beta Pegasi in Pegasus. I see somebody has that aligned in their chart. So I then maybe it's in the fourth house or even fifth house. And then I get the card of trees. Fourth house is all about family and the home and things like that. So ancestry. So that would confirm for me, and I would intuit that as having deep roots there with your family and feeling even a sense of your family being from there, and maybe even missing your family, your star family from Pegasus here. So again, as an example. And it could also even mean that somebody in your own family may have that, maybe on your maternal or your paternal side of the family, may actually come from there. And maybe you both shared a life together. Maybe the roles were reversed or, whatever the case might be. So that can show up too. And sometimes there's indicators that I could see in the chart to be able to find that. But that card really does bring in that extra confirmation of feeling deeply rooted in this, whatever star system it may be. So oftentimes trees, for me personally, has come out so far with Lyra, Pegasus, Orion, and Centaurus constellation. So perhaps at this time, or it could just be maybe who I'm attracting at this time, of course, but maybe at this time, we are having a lot of star seeds that are from here that are deeply rooted there, but also feel perhaps a sense of connection with those constellations presently. So, and it's very present in their own life at this time, in this current life. So, yeah, I think that was everything I wanted to say on that. Yeah, really beautiful card. It can, of course, too mean nature itself too. So perhaps the nature there, you really cared for it there. You were very deeply connected to the natural environment of this realm. And perhaps now in your current life, you find yourself being the same way. So it can kind of be a double meaning for that. Okay, so why know all this? So I feel this helps you, just like a regular natal astrology reading would be. This helps you gain a better understanding of yourself. But we're taking it to the next level, right? Because I am, with your permission, accessing your soul records and doing it in this type of way that I've explained, this process that I do. And again, it's to help you to know yourself better and hopefully to help break those ancestral patterns, if there are ones that need breaking, or any type of curses or things that you want to end the cycle. And this is my personal belief. I feel that a lot of us currently in these times, in this I don't know if it's the generation, but in this time, I feel like a lot of us are striving for this. I'm seeing so many more people who are wanting to stop those patterns. So perhaps somebody with a family history of addiction, and maybe they fell into that. They're deciding, no, I'm not going to keep doing this anymore. I'm not going to follow this pattern, and I'm going to stand up and break the wheel, so to speak. And it's really empowering to see that. So an example of addiction like that, or perhaps relationship patterns where, whatever the case might be with someone having issues with marriages and things like that. The next generation, the next child, whoever it might decide, I'm not going to get married, or I'm going to maybe do something a little bit different, change things up and not want to carry on. Maybe if there was anger issues or whatever the case might be, that has been flooded through the ancestral lines. So it's really empowering to see that. I just, I want people to be able to accomplish that. And I feel that is why there's I feel this big energetic push to kind of clear this collective soul karma. And that's part of the reason why we chose to be here. So we're healing our cycles. And when we heal on the individual soul level, then that ripples out through the collective, and that will help to heal us and push us forward into bigger, better, beautiful things, clearing that karma. Of course, too, that then would help you onto your next soul journey. So wherever you decide you're going to end up going after this, maybe you stay here and you want to try something new, or wherever you end up going. So yeah, also I did too want to mention, I make sure I'm doing okay on time. Yeah. I also will get sometimes the Galactic card here. I'll just put that up real quick. This is in the Past Life Oracle deck. So like I said, this Past Life Oracle deck was curated to be more so for the Earth past lives, but very cool that they included the Galactic Oracle card. And when that comes out, I feel like it's just extra confirmation that yes, you had a galactic past life with this star system, or it is very present, and maybe that star is still speaking to you, and the energy is very much present there, and you may want to connect with that. So something else I just wanted to also quickly mention there. So yeah, I think that was everything I wanted to cover with that. And I will now share my oracle message that I have. So I decided to, I think because I was really feeling this Cancer full moon, I decided to use my Moonology Oracle deck by Yasmin Boland, and the artwork is by Nyx Rowan. So the Moonology Oracle cards. So I pulled this ahead of time for this since it was going to be live. I didn't want to take too much time to shuffle and pull the cards. So the first card that I got, very beautiful message here. I will just stop my slide so that I can show it on the big screen here. There we go. So the first card I got is "You Are Good Enough." Full moon in Virgo. You are good enough. I was feeling very emotional with this card because of this Cancer full moon that's going on. And then we have the North Node that's just shifted into Pisces. A lot of emotions are at an all-time high right now. So if you needed to hear this message of validation that you are good enough, whatever it is that you are trying to accomplish, be patient with yourself. That is what we need to know at this time, is we need to be patient with ourselves, have some grace, and have a little faith in yourself too. Things will work out in divine timing, of course. So just know that you are good enough, and whatever it is that you are trying to achieve or accomplish, or even if it's for your own any insecurities maybe that you might be feeling. I get a very motherly energy from this card. She looks like Mother Earth, actually, like Gaia. And the full moon is also, the South Node at this time has just shifted into Virgo. So the North Node's in Pisces, and the South Node opposite to that is in Virgo. So sometimes we need to get grounded and more comfortable in our own skin. So that was ringing true with the current astrology that's happening at this time. Again, getting grounded and in our bodies at this time, because the emotions are definitely at an all-time high. And funny enough, on the bottom of the deck is emotions are running high. Super moon. And that is very true with that Cancer full moon. There's a lot of emotions happening right now. I know there's a lot going on collectively with all these things going on in the world too. And I hope that, I do want to just say that I hope everyone is okay out there in California and Ursula just did a beautiful presentation, and she is from there as well. So just want to send lots of healing water to California and places that need any healing as well, sending light there. So yeah, that was what I wanted to share in this presentation. Let me quickly to put this back up so I can share my free gift, because that's always good, right? There you go. I'll go back to this. Oh yeah, so my details too. I am on YouTube and Instagram. I actually do a podcast with my grandmother, so it's kind of fun to share. We're from two different generations, but we have so much in common, and we do our Heart to Heart astrology podcast on YouTube. You might have seen us actually on the Galactic Astrology channel as well. My YouTube personally is Starry Sky Readings. I put up my own solo videos on there as well, and on Instagram. But for the free gift, please do contact me via my email, Starry Sky Readings, and any questions too that you might have. Feel free to just write me directly to my email. I've just found that that's the best way, whether you have questions about this or about a reading, just send me an email there. But if you could send the word summit, and you could type in something too if you want to do more than that. But if you could in the subject put summit, I will be doing one free past life oracle card. So again, using my past life oracle deck, I will send you your own past life card. So again, it's just one card, and I will do like a little brief intuitive message on what that past life was for you. So again, that will be through email. So send me a message on there, and that will be valid until the end of the month. So don't miss out on that. And yeah, I think that's everything that I had to share today. I will be sticking around too for questions that might be in the comments if anyone has any. Oh, sorry, Julie, I can't hear you. Are you muted? Oops.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Adriana. That was amazing. I love how through, over time, when you do so many readings, you gather enough data to start seeing patterns. And that's literally what happened to me before I wrote the Galactic Astrology courses, working with people one-on-one. And for you now, working with tarot cards, doing past life readings, but also having access to Galactic Astrology charts for your clients, and then seeing patterns repeating with certain stars, certain cards keep showing up. It just got me so excited. And some of those that you shared just had chills with the truth bombs, as I call them. So there was some really nice feedback here from the audience. There is one question that stood up. One was, what do you think it could mean to have Venus conjunct Lyra in 4th house?
Ooh, that is an interesting combination. So yeah, could have to do with definitely relationship. Obviously, Venus, we think of the goddess of love, and so there could have been some sort of relationship experience in Lyra, especially with it being in the 4th house too, or family type of.
My apologies, actually, it was Atlantis conjunct Venus, not Lyra conjunct Venus. Atlantis conjunct Venus in 4th house. It's on the screen now from Carolina.
I see. Okay. Atlantis. Okay. Atlantis conjunct Venus. Yeah, that again, it kind of would apply the same thing, except it would be for Atlantis, I would say. And you might feel a sense of like that is your family, is the Atlanteans, definitely with that 4th house energy.
I was also getting or sensing a priestess life in Atlantis, right? Venus, 4th house, Atlantis. To me, I was
that's
high
very
priestess.
true. Yeah, very much so. Yeah, high priestess, Aphrodite or Venus however that might have been interpreted to at that time in Atlantis, very much so.
As I recall, some of the past life regression sessions that I held space for, there was a temple dedicated to Venus as well in ancient Greece, I believe this was, but the timelines kind of overlap with some of it. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was something like that. There was another question from Jocelyn, she also has a conjunction in the 4th house. So question from Jocelyn. I'm trying to look for it. Oh no, sorry, Kelly, if you're looking up finding questions, it's question from Bogdana. Thank you. What does it mean to have Saturn conjunct Lyra, Sulafat in 4th house? And I see.
Yeah, I have Sulafat too, conjunction. Okay, so Saturn, that is, you know, the planet of karma. So there could be some karmic things coming up. I wouldn't be surprised too if I did do, you know, the past life cards. I wouldn't be surprised if something like orphan or transport ships and something like that goes along with that trauma that was experienced. So there was something karmic that happened there. But because it's a conjunction, I do like to see the positives of it, that there was a healing in the situation too from that. So I'm sure there would be some sort of lesson that was learned and a healing brought to light with that energy, maybe with family and ancestral things as well.
Beautiful. I fully agree. There is a nice question about your lovely cards. What is the name of the deck that you used?
Is it the past? Do you know if they meant the past life cards or the Oracle moon ones?
Let's share both. Yeah.
Yeah. So the past life Oracle cards are by Doreen Virtue. So those are all the past life ones. And then the Moonology deck, these Oracle cards are by Yasmin Boland. Moonology. Cool.
Gorgeous.
Okay. Oh, my camera started moving.
We have a beautiful question in relation to you and your grandmother's Galactic Astrology chart. So this is person's, it was just BB, I'm going to call her BB. If you, Adriana, if you can read this message, and I have listened to you and your grandma, thank you. Could I please ask you if you have looked at both of your charts, if there are connections? Let us know. Do you know?
So, you know what's funny about that is me and my grandmother were actually not blood related, but funny enough, we say we're a star family because we very much are connected spiritually, and in that way we both have Lyra connection, very much so. And I believe we had something with Hydra as well. But we find all sorts of connections, honestly. Even in our own natal chart, we're both Capricorn and we are both Cancer risings too. So yeah, we're very much, she is my grandmother for sure.
Such a beautiful resonance there. And it's rare to see two different generations sharing perspectives astrologically. Like, that's really so unique for both your channels. It's a delight to watch you and the beautiful chemistry and love and respect that you have for each other. So highly recommend people for exploring. And Caitlin was meant to be here as one of the speakers for this summit, but circumstances prevented it, unfortunately. But hopefully, at any future summits, she'll join us. She has so much wisdom and love to share with our collective. So much love.
So much.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Bibi, for watching us.
Excellent. There are a few more questions, like generic galactic astrology questions. So I'll maybe keep them for the end of the day. I don't see any directed questions specifically for you, Adriana. Kelly, am I missing any? Feel free to add them to the screen. And I think we'll close. We'll share that Sheila shared, just loved your presentation, have done tarot and oracle cards since very young and resonate very deeply how you have related them to galactic astrology. So big love.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Shayla.
Perfect. Thank you, Kelly, for adding
Oh, I
one more
see.
question. Yeah. What does it mean to be opposite Lyra? Thank you.
So yeah, that could be, again, we would have to intuit it, but it could definitely mean that you still have had a past life there, and it would maybe more so indicate that there was a challenge there because of the opposition, that friction there, maybe facing polarity with what was going on at that time. So yes, it could definitely mean that you have that connection. I believe I even have a opposition somewhere else in my chart aside from my sun with Lyra, and again, it still does resonate too.
Thank you. I pretty much, I think, typed a similar reply. I also want to add that with opposition, the way I see it is that when we incarnate on Earth, sometimes it's important for us to get a break from frequency of a star system so that we can fully experience something new that is very important. Even perhaps getting deep into the bloodline, the lineage of the Earth, the environment, everything that's here. If it was a conjunct alignment, that frequency of the star would be very would almost prevent whatever else wanted to be experienced and integrated first. So the opposition gives us a time gap where we can fully focus on something new here now, and then through transits that keep activating that opposition, even just moon every 28 days or any other transit that kind of hits that point, in time, slowly we start remembering that actually we have a connection there too. It's like when you move to a different country and you fully focus first on the new environment so you can integrate, and then later on you start recalling memories and kind of bring back the frequency of the previous country or incarnation into your life. So opposition tend to become activated and integrated at the later time of our life. And usually then we remember, oh, actually we had something unresolved there. Now we can resolve it because we've learned something else new in the meantime. So it's easier for us to work with that frequency and then just become more whole again. Would you agree?
Yes, I was gonna say that is, yeah, very true. I would agree. With what I've done so far, I've definitely seen that kind of play out too. Or it's maybe more so that they're starting to, and that's why they've come to approach for a reading. So that's getting activated.
Yeah. Beautiful. Yes. There's a new question from Sylvia. I'm very curious about having the great attractor in exact conjunct with my sun in Sagittarius, and also Shapley attractor conjunct Mars in Scorpio. Amazing, strong placement, Sylvia. I would invite you to explore our Galactic Astrology YouTube channel and literally just search for the great attractor, search for Shapley attractor. And there are several videos where we covered the supracosmic points. And I would just imagine that with Sun on such a powerful point and your Mars on such a powerful cosmic points, there's a lot of magnetic frequency inside your being, but also complex mind, or able to perceive things that are not necessarily available consciously to others. And perhaps you're here to bring insights through your higher being, the sun, and also take action on them through Mars. And even though it may feel like others cannot understand your unique perspective at first, in time they cop on and it's like, oh my goodness, that was such a great inspiration. Would you like to add anything, Adriana?
Oh yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. But yeah, great attractor, especially with the sun too in Sagittarius. I feel like you're a really big thinker. You think outside the box with things, and with that Shapley attractor with Mars and Scorpio, very deep Scorpio, but you're like intuiting things and getting downloads very easily, but you're able to put that into motion with that Mars energy. So that's just
I would also say add, thank you. I would also add maybe a good lie detector. Like, it's probably really hard to lie to this person, to Sylvia, because you'll just sense if something is not true. Question from Laura. Are there many people that have only had Earth lifetimes? I have a perspective on that. Would you like to share yours, Adriana?
That's a really good question. I'm sure that there could definitely be, maybe, but it's so hard to say because we're all connected. So I'm curious what you would think about that, Julia. That's a good question.
So I'm deeply aware of how much information is stored in our DNA, in our genetics. We can track the ancestral stories until the very beginning of our physical experience on Earth. And I believe that humanity has been seeded by our extraterrestrial ancestors. So we all hold codes of the stars in our physical human body. And then usually the soul also has memories of incarnations in other star systems. I am biased because in my experience, I'm yet to meet a soul that only had earthly incarnations. And I am aware that there may be some that believe that they only incarnated on Earth and not elsewhere. But I would say Earth is pretty tough to start incarnating into. So I would say if there is a percentage, it's very small. But again, I might be biased based on the attraction point that I have. So someone might oppose now saying, but how come so many people are just not interested in the star topics at all? They're very much just here now on Earth. And I would say it's part of the amnesia that we are experiencing, but the veil is lifting, and people who had no clue, never connected to any of it at the most random time during their special transit activation, suddenly they start remembering greater part of their soul existence. And my goodness, I do connect to stars. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Let us know in the comment, please. I think we only have, this is the last question, Kelly, if that's okay. I think the time is up then, and Ulrika is coming back. Nicole, I haven't found much info on Sirius B. What are the beings like? If I may, there is, from my experience, there is a lot of connection with the Essenes and Christ consciousness and Isis, Hathor. There is a mix between Sirius A and Sirius B. It's sometimes hard for people to fine tune whether they are tuning into A or B when they're tapping into the collective of the ancient mystery schools of Sirius, triple star system, in fact. But many people also connected and channeled information about aquatic beings and residing in Sirius B. And beautiful, beautiful worlds that are with mermaid and merman people, dolphins, whales, and all these gorgeous oceanic beings that hold so much wisdom seem to be connected to that star system too. I believe Elena Danan has information about human beings coming from Sirius B with very specific description there. Do you recall any more, Adriana?
Yeah, I'm trying to think if I had any readings like that, but you may have with Sirius B or Sirius A, you might get the ancient Egypt oracle card. Here it is here. So that might be a connection there. And of course, as we know through the hieroglyphics and their deities that they had there, they all looked all different types of humanoid beings. So yeah, endless possibilities with that one. But I think, like what Julia said, Elena Danan had some information in her book on the more humanoid beings.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much for an amazing presentation, and also for pulling the great cards that resonated with many for our summit. Wishing you best of luck.
Thank you so much for having me. And thank you, Julia, for this amazing summit that you put together. Really, truly, thank you.
It's my pleasure. So I'm going to play a countdown, and then we'll be back with our next speaker. All right. Much love. 5, of day 1 of our Quantum Soul Guidance Summit is Ulrika Sullivan. Ulrika is a former scientist turned author, intuitive spiritual life coach, Reiki master, and galactic astrologer. Ulrika is the creator of the New Light Living podcast and the book Wisdom Beyond What You Know: How to Shift from Being Driven by the Mind to Living from the Heart and Intuition. She's passionate about guiding the reconnection with our multidimensional self to find inner calm, self-love, and life balance. Ulrika invites you to expand your perspective through a galactic astrology reading with her and an opportunity to integrate the insights into your life through her 3-month professional coaching program. Visit ulrikasullivan.com for more information. Ulrika became certified as Quantum Soul Guidance Practitioner in December 23rd, 2022. She's a regular guest on our Galactic Astrology YouTube channel and offers immense guidance in relation to current astrological transits. So, Ulrika's presentation today is about what is really going on. Learn about the higher perspective of the major energetic shifts occurring in 2025. Neptune and Saturn enters Aries, Uranus enters Gemini, Jupiter enters Cancer. Ulrika will talk about New Earth future energy signature through the lens of the Kuiper Belt objects. Brilliant. Get your notepads ready and enjoy.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I'm Ulrika Sullivan. I'm an intuitive spiritual life coach and a galactic astrologer, and many of you are familiar with galactic astrology now. I'm blown away with everyone's presentations so far. I'm just like, wow. So I'm so happy that you are here, that you tuned in to this presentation. And a little bit about me first before we dive into this exciting topic. I'm Swedish. I am currently located outside Boston on the east coast of United States. I have made a major shift in my life, and what you see here today is not who I was 10 years ago. I am a former scientist. I started my career in corporate. Sometimes it was the ultimate success, at least in the traditional way. So had all the different perks and corporate benefits, but I was not fulfilled inside. And that's, I truly believe that the universe really directed me to Ulrika. There's more. There's more for you in life. So about 10 years ago, I started to feel that now it's time to seek myself, who I really was. And so if you imagine this bridge to walk the past 10 years, I made a complete shift from being a scientist, very logical, very driven through my mind, to an intuitive that is working with the unseen every day and working with our soul, working with integrating spirit to earth and through beautiful, beautiful clients that I work with. And this is really a shift from, let's say, pharmaceutical science to holistic healing. So this is who I am today. I am a passionate galactic astrologer. I'm discovering new parts of myself and parts of my clients. That's my passion, to bring our fractals into whole and integrate it in the life we have here. Because galactic astrology, our quantum soul journey, is vast, but we're here now on this earth. So I'm passionate about that. So that's a little bit about me. So if this presentation is a gift to a little look into the future, because we know that 2025 is a significant year energetically with major shifts. And I'm going to take you on a little journey here to I'm going to take you on a little journey. I hope you can see me. I got an error message here. I'm going to take you on a little journey through the lens of the Kuiper belt. And but first, before we move into this topic, I'd like to highlight my free gift that you're receiving from me today. And you can screenshot this screen on the calendar here. This is a Galactic Alignments reference guide, and it actually includes also, I've added just recently, the Kuiper belt objects, and it's going to give you the placements for the Kuiper belts and all the major fixed stars, celestial bodies, and galactic points that we're working with in our galactic astrology practice. So and you can see that on the screen here. You can actually take down the presentation because I will run it from my end. So if you can bring me back on the big screen, but thank you for showing the slide. I appreciate it.
So you will share screen, will you? Or
yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, perfect. We can hear you and see you perfectly. So
awesome.
Nice.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to say a couple of things before we go into the slides, because it's as I mentioned, 2025 is a major year in terms of shift. And we have heard previously that from other speakers that we have already had Pluto's ingress to Aquarius on November 19th in 2024. And I am going to touch on that as well, because this presentation is we're going to go behind the scenes in terms of what's really going on and look at both Pluto's ingress to Aquarius. We're going to look at Neptune and Saturn's ingress to Aries. We're going to take a look at Jupiter's ingress to Cancer, and lastly, Uranus ingress to Gemini. And really, we're going to take a little look in behind the scenes and look at the higher expression of these shifts through the lens of the Kuiper belt objects. And why is this so exciting, I feel, to talk about? It's because the Kuiper belt objects are dwarf planets that have been recently discovered. And it has been said that the Kuiper belt is, and we're going to talk a lot more about this, I'm just sharing with you why I'm so passionate about this topic, is that the Kuiper belt objects represents a higher energy, a higher consciousness, a higher octave of these outer planets that we traditionally are familiar with. So that's why I want to share with you what's really going on, and I'm excited about that. And this presentation is a shorter version of a presentation that I give in my 2025 Galactic Astrology Forecast offering that I'm having available now, where we go over the entire 2025. And if you're interested in that, check out my website. It's available there now. And this is another layer of energy that we are now ready to relate to, I believe, because it's very high vibrating energy that comes from the Kuiper belt objects. And so I'm going to dive into each of these major shifts of 2025 with you through the lens of the Kuiper belt. And first, we're going to talk a little bit about what are the main energies of future energy signature. And I'm going to give you the scoop up front here. I'm going to give you all the main points in a summary first. And then we're going to dive into each of the different shifts that we talk about: Pluto, Neptune and Saturn together, Jupiter and Uranus. And then, of course, I have always some questions for you. If you've watched my videos on my YouTube channel, I always include extra questions because my passion is also to not only share my insights and guide, but also to support integration of what it means in your real life here on Earth now. So I'm very passionate about these questions, and it's almost the most important part is what we actually do with the insight that we receive. So are you ready? Are we going to go to the slides now? So let me see if I can pull them up here. This should be it. Okay. Here we go.
So Ulrika, just so you know, the presentation is uploaded from my end, so I will have to move the slides for you. You will just have to tell me next slide, because
yeah, but can I share on my end?
If you upload it to Studio first, but it doesn't seem to be there yet, so you need to go click.
It is here. I can see them on my end.
Yeah,
we are double.
No, it's the one that I uploaded because I couldn't see yours. So I uploaded your backup. You know, so it means if it didn't come from you, then you cannot move the slides yourself. So is it okay if you just say next slide and I'll do it for you?
Yes, I just had that slide that we watched, that we saw first, with the link on.
Yeah.
That's. Do you have that as well?
Oh, okay. Was that more than one slides there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So in that case,
there you go.
You're able to move. All right. Perfect. All right. I'm gonna hide.
Thank you, Julia. I appreciate it. So here, again, if you haven't taken a screenshot of this, offering the free gift that I have, please do so, and visit my YouTube channel and my Instagram at ulrikasullivan.com. So here is the scoop that I'd like to just review with you first, and we'll come back to the summary slide at the end. And some of this some of these names of these dwarf planets that I'm going to talk about may now in the beginning of the presentation sound like, what is this? But we're going to go through each of them, and hopefully you'll leave this presentation with more insights. But the future energy signature that I'm going to talk about and give you a feel for is related to the Kuiper belt objects and their influence on us. And part of the future energy signature, imagine a way of being where we can hold courage to hold the frequency of truth. And the statement of holding a frequency of truth comes from the true reason or behind the scenes of Pluto's ingress to Aquarius. And we can look at that through Pluto's higher expression, higher octave, which is Eris. Eris, the dwarf planet Eris, we're going to talk more about her, but also through Pluto's brothers, who are Ixion and Orcus. And we're going to take a look at an astrology chart that will give you a little bit more astrology around that, how I interpret Eris, Ixion, and Orcus in light of Pluto's ingress to Aquarius. But ultimately, as a summary point here, authenticity is required. Pluto is showing us Eris, Ixion, and Orcus, higher consciousness, is about bringing out our authenticity so that we can shine our true uniqueness, our soul's uniqueness, no matter what. So that's really what Pluto is, Pluto's intention is with going into Aquarius, to bring out our authenticity so that we can shine our true light unapologetically. Now, if I look at the second statement here on the slide, increased psychic and empathetic awareness. And here we look at Neptune's and Saturn's ingress to Aries. And all of this, I should say, is happening the first half of 2025. And we'll talk more about dates and things like that in future slides here. But Neptune, the higher octave of Neptune is Haumea, the dwarf planet Haumea. And Haumea is conjunct the Shapley attractor. So that is a magnifying, I don't have the word for it, but tuning into Shapley attractor, that's almost like we have no words for it. But Neptune's higher octave is Haumea, and Saturn's higher octave, higher expression is Varuna, dwarf planet Varuna. And those two together show us that really the intention with Neptune's and Saturn's ingress to Aries is that we are moving towards self-mastery and what I call inner transparency, where we can live a life where we are the same on the inside and bringing that out completely. There's just a flow naturally between who we truly are and what we express and do in the world. And I understand that this is, some statements that are my own kind of interpretations of the energies. But Neptune's and Saturn's ingress to Aries is helping us, is supporting us to increase our psychic and empathetic abilities and the awareness around that gift, if you will. The third statement here, beginning a new view on Earth society. This is super exciting because Jupiter's journey into Gemini, inside Gemini and Cancer, part of Jupiter's journey in 2025 is to wrap up his journey in Gemini, but also to enter Cancer. And Jupiter's higher expression is Quawar, and Quawar is currently also connected with the Lyra constellation through the fixed star Alatfar. So we're going to talk a lot more about that. But basically, the summary statement of that is to receive a new meaning and participation in society based on a frequency of equality. And we're going to talk about Quawar's qualities in a second here. And that is Jupiter's real intention by going into Cancer in June. Now, the last statement here that I have is galactic partnerships. And we've heard a lot about that from previous speakers today, about how we are having an opportunity to collaborate with our spirit team, our galactic family. And this is really happening through Uranus ingress to Gemini later this year. And Uranus higher expression is Maki. And this is also a co-creation with cosmic consciousness that Uranus is inviting us to. So if you take these four statements, and we're going to go on a little journey here on a couple of slides with astrology to look at how this is coming about. So first, I want to show you, for those who are not familiar with the Kuiper belt, here is a slide. The top image there is our solar system. And you can see here, first I put a little arrow there to Earth. And it's, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars. And then we have the asteroid belt and then Jupiter. So Earth is very much closer to the sun than even the asteroid belt. It's not the asteroid belt that we are going to talk about today. In the asteroid belt that is between Mars and Jupiter's orbit, we can see asteroids such as Vesta, such as Hygeia, or even, I would say Vesta is a good representative of the asteroid belt asteroids. What we're going to talk about today is the Kuiper belt, which is way out there. It's called trans-Neptunian objects. And you can see Pluto was once considered not a planet, but a dwarf planet. But Pluto, we're very familiar with. So beyond Pluto lies the Kuiper belt and Eris. You can see in that pink rectangle there. That's what we're going to talk about today. And I also provided a image here of size estimates of these Kuiper belt objects that we're talking about. And what you can see is that, for example, Eris is about the size of Pluto, but it doesn't, the size here, and some of them are really smaller, like Orcus and Ixion are super small compared to Pluto, for example, or Eris. Sedna we have there as well. But the size of the dwarf planet, in my opinion, is not really an indicator for the level of influence on us. So this is just to kind of give you a little bit more of a feeling of beyond the name, what we're talking about here. I should also say that Pluto was discovered in 1930. And Pluto we're well familiar with in our astrology chart, right? Pluto is representing often the most outer planet that we are considering in an astrology reading. But this is further out than that. And Pluto was discovered in 1930. The Kuiper belt objects that we're working with here all were discovered around year 2000 to year 2007. So at the turn of millennia there, all of these Kuiper belt objects that we're going to talk about today were discovered. And it's said that once a celestial body is discovered, we're also ready to take in and be aware of its influence. So that's very interesting to contemplate. I feel that, between 1930 and the 2000, the turn of the millennia there's a whole lot of evolution that happened. And now we're ready to take in the Kuiper belt objects, obviously. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of the Kuiper belt objects will be included, like we did with Pluto at the time, in traditional astrology readings moving forward. So we'll see. Maybe this presentation is going to inspire you to consider the Kuiper belt objects in your own astrological studies. Yeah, so let's now take a look at. Let's take a look here. The future energy signature, and this might be a good slide to screenshot just for reference here, because I have put in a table the Kuiper belt objects there in one column, and then its consciousness, its energy signature, and then the higher aspect of. So, for example, as I mentioned earlier, Eris there on the second row is Pluto's higher aspect, but also Mars's sister, and Eris is standing for diversity consciousness. So we're going to talk about that on the next slide when we talk about Pluto's ingress to Aquarius. But one of my favorites is Haumea there further down in the table, which is Neptune's higher aspect. And it's my favorite because my Haumea is conjunct to the degree my sun. And that might be a clue to why I'm interested in these Kuiper belt objects specifically, but I find that interesting. So I'm not going to go through each of these here on this table. We're going to take them one by one as we go through the 2025 shifts. But this might be good to have for reference. Yeah. So here we are. So I will now have 4 slides where we're going to discuss these major shifts in 2025. And I chose to include Pluto's ingress to Aquarius that already happened on November 19 last year. But I feel that this is just so exciting to kind of research a little bit. What's the impact on us, and what's the higher intention by Pluto? And this ingress to Aquarius, as you can see there in the blue, and I should also say that this chart is cast for Boston, Massachusetts, because that's where I'm located. And it's also for January 1st, 2025. And we are going to take a look at January 1st, 2025. And it just happens because it was the first day of the year. But Orcus, Ixion, all of these Kuiper Belt objects maybe move 1 to 2 degrees per year, very similar orbit in terms of time as Pluto. Pluto has a orbit time of 248 years. And so these Kuiper Belt objects in general have an orbit of 250 to 550 years. So it's okay to look at January 1st on January 14th because these objects will not move that much over the course of a year in the astrological wheel. And same with Pluto, of course. So Pluto here is at 1 degree of Aquarius since its ingress permanently until 2044 in Aquarius. And currently, Pluto is conjunct Lyra constellation and Lyra Aladfar at 0 degree of Aquarius. And Lyra Aladfar is an energy signature of courage, of liberation and yearning for peace. And this combination of Pluto and Lyra Aladfar is one that is characteristic of our cosmic energies, our subconscious energies. There is a major shift going on here with Pluto. And Pluto's influence on us is magnificent this year because we also have experienced this Pluto-Mars opposition that is going to go on for a major part of the year too, because Mars is currently in retrograde and will influence us in a balancing way. We're asked to take action, to be more of ourself, simplified. Now, Eris is the higher expression of Pluto. So I thought it was interesting to look at what is going on with the higher expressions here. And in this slide, we're looking at Eris, but also Pluto's brothers. And if we start first with Eris, there are 24 degrees of Aries. Eris is this unapologetic, higher life force energy that has to do with equality, seeing ourselves and others as equal. Ultimately, diversity consciousness has to do with non-judgment. So just looking at Eris in Aries there, just in terms of our higher energy, is what Pluto really, truly wants to implement. And opposite Eris is now Booth's Actress at 24 degrees of Libra. So we have an opposition there with a galactic alignment. And Booth's Actress is really has an associated with emotional healing and at the collective level. So we get a clue here that Eris is supportive of non-duality, diversity consciousness, moving towards less duality, if you will, but it's also through emotional healing, we can see others and ourselves as equal. And if we expand this into Pluto's brothers, because they are also part of this party, Ixion here at 5 degrees of Capricorn is seeker consciousness, is the energy signature. And Ixion is opposite now, Sirius B there at 7 degrees of Cancer. So what's this all about? So Ixion is a rebel. And you can think about when I describe these archetypes of energy is like, what does this do to me? And how have I felt this rebel energy? And in opposition to Sirius, it has to do with human galactic heritage in many ways that and linked into what Louise said earlier around spiritual wisdom, to unearth spiritual wisdom and bring it into balance, bring it out in terms of our authenticity, and tap into those deep, deep layers within ourselves where our soul knows our entire journey, not only on Earth, but elsewhere as well. So Sirius B is a very important source of wisdom that we're now asked to come into balance with. Orcus is also one of Pluto's brothers and stands for karmic consciousness. Orcus is in opposition to Eridanus Arcanar at 15 degrees of Pisces. And this is also a balancing. An opposition often invites us to balance two energies. So we are asked here to become aware of our karma, our karmic load, our karmic awareness. What is it that I'm here to learn? And Eridanus Arcanar, and so happens that Saturn is currently there as well, around 15 degrees of Pisces, and have been there for a while. Eridanus Arcanar is associated with spiritual expansion. So here we are, if we're putting all of this together, we are asked to bring forth our authenticity, heal emotionally through becoming aware of our karmic load, our lessons, and coming into balance with the wisdom that we're bringing, but also expand in this. It's an expansion that Pluto ultimately is having as an intention going into Aquarius. I know this was kind of complex, but listen to the words more so than the astrology here, because it's a combination of archetypal energies that we're after, and ultimately it is to be able to hold the frequency of truth and have the courage to do so, that Pluto is inviting us to do. We're going to take a look at Neptune and Saturn here. And Neptune is going to go into Aries on March 30th, 2025. And Saturn is going into Aries on May 24th. So that gives you a perspective of these shifts. And what's so powerful about these, and I chose to kind of bake them together, is that this will happen within a few months, right? But they will be conjunct also in Aries at 0 degree, along with the North Node. So like it's a wow type of energy. This is also very interesting to look at the higher expression of this shift. And if we look at Neptune first, the higher expression of Neptune is Haumea. And Haumea is at 3 degrees of Scorpio now, conjunct the Shapley attractor. It's like, wow. Haumea is associated with energy around integration between spirit and earth, all the elements, and how we can holistically work with our earth, but also the cosmos, and integrate that. So it has a very indigenous energy to it. And I've placed a little image there of Haumea for you to tune into, because sometimes that helps with an image. And we often can identify this archetypal energy also through not only words, but also images. And this is amplified by Shapley Attractor to a multidimensional energy. If we look at this shift, so Neptune is still in Pisces until March 30th. So here we have a sign to sign trine. So right now, Haumea, a sign to sign trine, I mean between Scorpio where Haumea is and where Neptune is in Pisces. That's a trine between two water signs. So right now, Haumea is working very intensely with Neptune in partnership to increase our psychic abilities, to help us connect with cosmos, that water, right? The intuition. It's a water sign and a type of energy. But if we think about this until March, and then after March, when Neptune goes into Aries, Varuna will take over, because Varuna up there in Leo at 9 degrees is in a fire sign. And Varuna is the higher expression of Saturn. So Saturn and Varuna are currently not as connected sign to sign, but when Saturn goes into Aries in May, Varuna will be very active with both Neptune and Saturn together. And Varuna is associated with energy around sovereignty, self-sovereignty. Like the image that I put here for Varuna, as you can see, is like when we put our crown on our own head. And this is a very strong energy signature of that shift when Neptune and Saturn goes into Aries. It's all about our own sovereignty. It's going to be a highlight on how we are showing up authentically, how we allow ourselves to bring out our gifts and talents. And Varuna will be in a fire to fire sign trine with Neptune and Saturn once they go into Aries in the second half of the year. This is super interesting to me, at least, to look at how Varuna and Haumea are truly giving us clues as to this monumental shift that is happening. And since the North Node, you can see there, I've circled the North Node a little bit there within the blue circle. This is the direction forward. It is it's showing us the way. Let's move on. I'm just going to see my time is. There we go. Quawar and Jupiter. Jupiter has a journey to expand us. Jupiter there at 13 degrees of Gemini currently. Gemini is the territory of the Orion constellation, at least the second and third decans of the later degrees of Gemini. And into Cancer, we also see Sirius B. So Jupiter is going to travel from 11 degrees of Gemini to 26 degrees of Cancer in 2025. Jupiter is currently in retrograde. So if we take a look at Jupiter's higher expression, it's Quawar. And Quawar is this lovely, free-spirited energy, consciousness of spirit that Jupiter is helping us to expand into. And in relation to our human galactic heritage in the Orion constellation, soul journeys that many of us have had in soul incarnations in the Orion constellation, and also in Sirius B and A. So this is a call to connect with our spirit consciousness and expand. Quawar is currently in Capricorn. Quawar is asking us to strengthen our spiritual practice, Quaoar is part of this we taught. Ursula had a beautiful presentation around art and creativity. This and we can add song and dance to that. This is spiritual practice in many ways have been said to. We don't have to sit on a mountain in meditation for a week to seek our spirit consciousness and connect to it. This is a call for connecting with spirit in the way that suit us, whether it's through walks or painting, or it can be a spiritual practice that we put into an integration with our spirit. Jupiter is here to expand us into our intuitive world, our psychic and empathic awareness further. So that's how I interpret Jupiter's intention here by traveling between late degrees of Gemini and into Cancer in 2025. And I'm going to speed it up a little bit here. Last one. This is Uranus ingress to Gemini in July 7th, on July 7th. And I should also say that Jupiter's ingress to Cancer is on June 9th. So everything is happening really the first 6 months of 2025. Now, Uranus' higher expression is Makemake. Makemake is a dwarf planet that has to do with systems consciousness. And if you notice in this chart, Makemake is opposite another Kuiper belt object, Salacia there. And we also take a look at Uranus there at 23 degrees of Taurus currently, very close to another dwarf planet in the Kuiper belt, Sedna. This is a super interesting happening that's happened in when Uranus conjunct Sedna at 0 degree of Gemini, because at 0 degree of Gemini, we have this Pleiades star cluster. And so if we look at Uranus ingress to Gemini through the lens of the Kuiper belt, Makemake is here to help us create a system for our relationship with cosmos. And ultimately, Uranus is here to help us connect with our galactic families, a new way of collaborating. And I love that we had such beautiful examples of co-creation with cosmos earlier today, because this is really the intention of Uranus ingress to Gemini, to connect us with our galactic family and form partnerships. And this, and I'm not, this is a new way of relating. This is a new way of relating to ourselves as multidimensional beings. And I also want to mention Makemake opposite Salacia here, and I've included some images for you to tune into. Salacia at the bottom right corner there is the energy around higher love. It's the Mars-Venus union, basically, that type of masculine, feminine energy balance that Salacia stands for. Makemake is also bringing in ancient wisdom. It's a very much ritual, put our spirituality in a system, if you will, for application and integration on our physical plane here on Earth. And Sedna is that integration with water, the integration with intuition, I would say too, how we are going within to co-create, to channel, to bring forth messages from cosmos and our galactic family to co-create. This is Sedna's ultimate mission here to help us with. And at 0 degree of Gemini, it's likely most of us have support from the Pleiades and our soul families there at the time, and especially in July when Uranus goes into Gemini there on July 7th. So I hope this this gives you kind of a little bit of a feel for this higher expression, the future energy signature. The last few minutes here, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, because one of my passions is to make this real. It's not necessarily so that we know all these things, but what do we do with it? So my first question to you is, how can you courageously practice inner transparency in relationships? And what I mean with that is, inner transparency is when we feel secure enough to bring out who we truly are, the authentic self, but also in relationships. And this is the ultimate higher expression of Pluto's ingress to Aquarius. The relationships, the networks, the groups, we are the same person in any environment that we move into or move with. And so that's a question. How can you courageously practice inner transparency in relationships? The second question is, how can you strengthen trust in your inner truth? So Neptune's and Saturn's ingress to Aries is very much about self-mastery. And it's how we are coming to a place where we can hear our inner truth and follow that, as opposed to many influences that we may get from our external world. The next question is, what is your creative self-expression? So this is all about choir and song and dance, and how we are expressing ourselves creatively, tapping into the creative part of ourselves, which is also the life force. And the fourth question is, how can you start and strengthen your spiritual practice? This is the Uranus intention to help us put our cosmic relationships into a life here on Earth. And lastly, how can you start and or strengthen, for those of you who have a spiritual practice, either start or strengthen the one you have, your co-creation together with your spirit team. Often we believe that we are alone, and I know Ursula alluded so beautifully earlier about we are not alone. What I'm talking about here is our evolution will bring us into a co-creation with our soul family, wherever it is. And that's something we may sit here a number of years from now saying, well, like, this is mainstream. Everyone is co-creating with the unseen. So this is just a couple of questions for you to contemplate in light of the future energy signature through the lens of the Kuiper belt. And here is the free gift again. If you want to screenshot that, I invite you to get my Galactic Alignments reference guide and visit me on YouTube and Instagram. And let's see here if we have a little bit time left. I'm going to go back to the summary slide we started with. So I would love to take some questions here. Hi, Nevada. So good to see your name. Let's see. Can you speak more on how you used the, hang on, I have to, there we go. You can see me now. Can you speak more on how you use the energy of astrology during your career change and into your higher purpose? Thank you for asking that question. It was around 2010 or something like that. Even before I made major shifts to my life, I was drawn to astrology, traditional astrology. Once I came across Julia and her work in Galactic Astrology, it just clicked. Like, this is it. And I used astrology from a curiosity perspective to begin with. You know, I read horoscopes, right? And it just grew in terms of the curiosity that I had, like, what can I learn about myself? That's often how it starts, right? We want to learn more about ourselves. So I kind of sought paths to learn more about astrology. And once I started to create my business and make that major leap from corporate to being an entrepreneur, it became clear to me that I can, and I use also other systems, human design and gene keys as well. It is about learning about ourselves, to who we truly are and how we can utilize our natural energy to align ourselves with universal flow. So I listened to my body, where there was something that was resonating with me, like, this is for me, and swift out the rest. I hope that helps. But it's important to notice the body, what it tells us, in what direction to go. And astrology is a great tool to use for insights like that. The next questions: how do we come to realize the Kuiper belt objects correlate to the higher octave of our planets? It totally makes sense for the time we're in. And forgive me, I should credit Alan Clay's beautiful work and his new book, New Stars for a New Era. He has been describing, and that's not the only source, but part of what really speaks to me is his work, Alan Clay. And I recommend his book, New Stars for a New Era. The Kuiper belt objects are fairly new, right? The turn of the awareness around the Kuiper belt objects is fairly new, since the turn of the millennia. So it's about the 25-year body of work that I have been kind of working with and researching. But I would say Alan Clay's work is making it simple, easy to pick up and relate to. So I really love his work, and I thank you for asking that question.
That was absolutely brilliant, Ulrika. Thank you so much for your wisdom, making it practical. There are actually many questions, amazing questions there for you in the chat, but the time is up and we have our next speaker lined up. So I invite you to stay behind and see if you can answer some of them, or we can even keep a record of them and maybe you can address them on your YouTube channel if you feel like it, but hopefully you'll be able to answer in writing.
I will stay behind, and I will capture them all, and maybe I'll do a video and post on my YouTube channel with the answers, if there's interest for me to explore some of that. Thank you so much. If you can put me in the back, and I
pleasure, and we'll be back shortly with after a countdown. All right, thank you.
Of today's summit, speaker number 6, Rona Prince, and the topic, The Pegasus Perspective, Soul-Inspired Action. Celebrating her 20th year as a spiritual intuitive coach, Ronna Prince offers her clients multiple pathways to healing and self-empowerment. She's certified in Quantum Soul Guidance in 2023, adding Galactic Astrology to her toolbox. She specializes in getting to the roots of trauma, having depicted her own healing process in the award-winning documentary film called Sacred Journey of the Heart. Her signature session is Soul Codes, a combination of tarot, color, and number to share with her clients that their souls know exactly what they're here to do, the purpose, and how to do it, next steps. Certified in family constellations, internal family systems, aura soma, and more, Ronna offers a holistic approach to soul-inspired action. In her talk today, Ronna will discuss the Pegasus, the winged horse perspective, an access point to the galactic energies that will support you throughout 2025, a universal year of 9, which means world service and completion. Ronna will share with us how frequency, color, and number unlock your soul's wisdom and confirm what you're here to do. By outlining 5 essential ingredients to expand your contribution to orchestrating the optimistic paradigm shift, Ronna will provide a process for you to access your soul's vast wisdom, your gifts and talents, your next steps, a community of support and caring. She will also offer a star code that will jumpstart and accelerate your process. The stars of Pegasus are on my natal Sun and Mercury. Sun in the 11th, Mercury in the 10th house. So I'm looking forward to this presentation. Take it away, Ronna.
All right. Hello. Hi, Julia. Hi, everybody. It's so exciting to be here and see all these magnificent speakers before me and this theme that's building, and I'm sure it will build for the entire summit. And I'd like to share a little bit about myself and what my wonderful system I have back here called Aura Soma is. And as Julia said, I have a lot of different modalities, but this one is my primary one, and very similar to Ulrika. In about 2005, I decided I needed to leave the corporate banking world. I was balancing my creative artist background and my number brain, and I was focusing on balancing those two, and said this thing with banking and doing billion-dollar deals is not really calling to my heart. And so I made the career switch in 2005, and this was the first thing I stood in front of, which is called Aura Light Soma Body. And this is the system that I use if I get my way with my clients. The first session is have you stand in front of this. This is a big set. There's 124, you can't see them all here, of these little bottles that give us access to frequency. First universal law, the law of vibration, everything vibrates. Color, what vibrant, beautiful color this is, and everything resonates. So laws 1 and 2, frequency and resonance. And when we stand in front of this, or if we're on Zoom together and we look at the whole thing, we know ourselves and we start really tuning in. And you can't, with your mind, pick out 5 or 6 of these, which gives you your soul code. You choose that from your soul, and each and every time, no exception, your soul will tell you who you are, what you're here to do, and what your next steps are. And that's my session called Soul Codes. And each one of these bottles has a number. So starting at the very top that you can't see, 0, all the way to the newest bottle. This is an evolving system, just like Ulrika was saying, astrology is evolving. And I'll talk about my take on that too. Astrology is evolving. And so as we evolve, so does the system evolve. And this energy of the people who create this in the UK sometimes even predicts what might be happening on planet Earth. In November 2019, they came out with a new bottle that had the name Pan. And the picture was of the god Pan with the horns, which it means rustic dance and playfulness. And then what do you know, we had the pandemic. And so we have been waiting for a new energy to come through Aura Soma, to be born, as we say, and it's finally here. So when we get to work together, and I'm so grateful for all the people I've been honored to work with their soul codes, you're showing yourself that you know. So that's number one thing I like to share. So this set has numerology connected with it, astrology, I Ching, Kabbalah, tarot, of course, and everything I'd studied in the years prior to 2005 when I said, well, I guess this is what I'm here to do, quit the banking world, and just that I'm here to work with people and groups. And that makes sense in a big way with my Cancer moon at 1 degree in the 11th house. So that Cancer full moon these last couple of days was like, woo, for me. It was big. And it's trying exactly the Shapley attractor at 0.0 degrees in my 3rd house. So that really made sense to me even more when I had my very first Galactic Astrology reading with Ulrika. And she's the one that pointed out, she said, are you a channel? And I'm like, of course, that's what I've been doing for 20 years. I channel the Ascended Masters, the Archangels, the benevolent beings in the universe. So that's one of the indications we get. Some like, we all have access to these points. And if it's really prominent, boy, do we ever. So the other thing I want to share before I go into my presentation on Pegasus is that my work has always been about the heart. And because of my early childhood, I told myself at 5 years old, I promise if I can heal from what I'm going through, which was a lot of more so just outright abuse and heartache as a child, not being able to understand what's going on and why, even though I had a wonderful outer experience learning music and playing in friends, I had this inside secret inside of my heart and felt different from everybody and said, I don't fit in. I'm an oddball. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to feel that I belong. And one of the things you've heard many times now with Galactic Astrology, this community that we're in is one of belonging. And the minute I got here, I said, okay, this is home. I can go as far out as I want, and that's okay here. I can fully be who I am. So that gave rise to, in the first 7 years of my working as a spiritual intuitive counselor, working with groups, to creating the film Sacred Journey of the Heart. So with that, I'm hoping that my goal here is to have us really have a big perspective on how extraordinary we are. And so with that, I would like to put my slides here, which I think I can just do by freaking go. All right, so this is what I want to share, being a numerologist and color tarot frequency vibration. This is a very special year, 2025, and it is a year of 9. My slides seem to be all bunched up here, and I believe we got the right presentation. I don't know if Julie, if you can tell me if it's just the view I have on the, there we go. Oh, I think, well, that's good. I'm going to go with that. So 2025 is a special year. One of the things as I say, as a heart-based teacher, is that we need to be able to be willing to open our heart and to heal that. So my free gift that's offered at sacredjourneyoftheheart.com is 5 heart healing and heart opening audios. If we're not able to really do that, we kind of loop back through old patterns. And so that's why I offer that. So let me show you how very special 2025 is in numerology. It is a perfect square. 45 times 45 is 2025. So we haven't had one of those years since 1936. And we won't have one for 92 more years. So that's the opportunity, like we would have a master number like 33 to master the energy of 3 or 6, to become even more than we conceived that we could be, to go beyond. And so this is the mastery literally of the 45/9 year. And we also have another special thing about the year, which of course I love with numbers. You take every single digit primary number and cube them, like 1 times 1 times 1, if you remember that little math, we get the number 2025. So another energetic behind the perfection of the sequence and the timing of things. And we have another thing that makes me think, from that big energy of the Shapley attractor, which is a very large cosmic point, that we are also part of the 225 million year grand galactic cycle, that it takes our little solar system to be rotating around the galactic center. So that just struck me as, this is important. We're really in a big shift year where we're starting to see ourselves as part of this grand galactic cycle. And we're at a shift point. Now, I don't know if we're beginning a new grand galactic cycle, but I do know that it is related to these same sorts of frequencies, 225 or 9, a year of completion in numerology, as well as getting our head above the crowd and standing up and being the leaders that we are. So big cycles, I like to say, are big transitions and big shifts. And this particular shift that we're working through, the Pegasus, is transcendence out of old patterns with support. So Pegasus, beautiful winged horse, is supporting us. And the energetic of Pegasus sheet, right where this alignment happens, is the Pegasus sheet in numerology. And I'll explain that in a minute. If you go, what's this numerology thing? Pegasus sheet, that particular fixed star that's really going to be active all year long, is 45, 20 plus 25. So when I start seeing these things, whether it's in a client session, and everything's like tumblers that click, because I work so long with frequency and resonance or numerology that I can tell and hear if something's going to be good. I'm like, ooh, that sounds good. I mean, I don't do the numerology in my head, but I look at my numerology calculator. I'm like, okay, this is the topic. This is Pegasus sheet. This is what I'll be sharing with everyone. So I'm going to be talking about the numerology themes of 2025 on January 31st. So those are free webinars. If you've signed up for my free gift, you'll be getting all the announcements. But one of the big frequency matches is consciously choosing to love, a heart-based paradigm shift. So I put all of that into my numerology calculator, and there you have it. 1, 2, 3. That's what I call a start code. 1, 2, 3, go. Like lift off, Pegasus, take us into the higher octave, as we as a collective have no other choice, in my opinion, than consciously choosing to love one another right now. We can't afford as a species, as a planet, to continue to carry these old paradigms across these timelines much longer. So the numerology just confirms everything. And so that is really what I think we're choosing to do here. How do we learn to love? We have oftentimes experiences that are not love. So then we can consciously choose. And that's been a big part of my life path and my teaching and people that I work with. So even more, this is such an exact frequency match that the fixed star sheet equals 20. And you can see bottle 20 that's sitting there up here on the shelf up with there. And that's called the Star Child. I'll share that in a minute. And Pegasus itself in numerology, and again, I'll show you that Pegasus is 25. So we have this exact frequency match, and heart is 25. So of course, Earth is 25 because of the same letters, but Pegasus is all about the heart, and it's about a new mission, I believe, for planet Earth, as we are transcending into a new paradigm. So here we have, I'm going to share these magnificent Ursula tarot that came about and was created from 2005. Most of them came out to represent and be part of the Ursula system. And you can see the star, the tarot cards for 20, which is traditional judgment in tarot, and that's the Star Child rescue. That's ourselves saying, here we are on Earth. We're bringing our star energy into this Earth realm to awaken to all of who we are. As other speakers have said before me, that stardust information is in our body. It's inside of here. And so then we look at 25, we call that Florence Nightingale. All these little bottles have names and numbers. And Florence Nightingale is the Knight of Wands. That's soul-inspired action. That's when that shows up in a traditional tarot. It's like you're going to be taking action steps inspired in that suit of wands from your soul's wisdom. And what do we see? Pegasus, you can see that, is hiding sort of like a little silhouette in the back, right behind the knight's shoulder. And Pegasus knows something. He's taking us into unseen realms, just like Florence Nightingale, when she was changing the paradigm in her time, she took the entire medical world into the unseen realm of the germs. And of course, she was told she was out of her mind. She said there's something causing this childbirth disease and death. There's something making us ill. She changed the paradigm because she knew and intuited what she felt inside of herself to be true. And this is what Pegasus helps us do, really go deep into our intuition. And guess what? If you see the little corner above the 25, that is the mane of Pegasus that the Knight of Wands is sitting upon. So she is sitting upon the Pegasus horse and saying, will you take this inspirational journey? So Ursula, whether it's a tarot or the bottles themselves tell a story. And this is the story of an individual who's saying, I'm going to take action. I don't know what I'm going to meet behind there, but I'm 1, 2, 3, go. So the 5 steps that I'm using and teaching throughout this year are, first of all and foremost, proof that your soul knows. I never take a tarot deck and turn cards for anybody because you selected and you know. Now that works too, because there's many gifted readers that can do that. But when you do this for yourself, and these energy beings back here have indications of past lives in all kinds of earth-based lives, but also I'm cataloging the energy of the galactic experiences in these bottles because they're there, as you'll see. And so I'm always encouraging people to go deep into your heart first. It's in and down, because the heart is where the action is. So I love Galactic Astrology, which gets us to go bigger and open our perspective, like for Pegasus, but the action first is in and down. What's in my heart? What needs to, take those courageous action steps so I can open my heart for a new direction. And then I'm going to be working with people this year to cultivate their talent. So I know frequency matters. The word love, L-O-V-E, is 18. Talent is 18. Our talent is our love. And if we're here to consciously express our love, we need to take those courageous actions, which Pegasus is inviting us to come along and express our love in our heart. And then knowing what those steps are, because your own soul tells you by selecting these, whether you're here with me in the Chicago area or on Zoom, these are the next steps. And they're all included in these little vibrational and resonant frequencies of love. Like I'm holding right here, you can see of the Lyran energy, very, very Aquarian. It's turquoise and gold. These are Aquarian chakras that are coming online that I'm not talking about today, but are in a lot of my free videos and things on my channel, Vimeo channel that was up a minute ago. So what I want to share with you are 2 things, 2 events and 2 discoveries that I think that'll bracket this next period of 5 years. So we're now in the beginning of the second half of the decade. And in 2014, when I was presenting at a conference, I said, it's going to be the decade of the 2020s at the Sedona Creative Life Center. So we did a whole big meditation on Heart Vision 2020. And I said, this is what I sense. And it was going to be halfway through that we're really going to be at that shift point, and it's going to be undeniable. And we know it and everybody feels it. So I'm going to talk about 2 things that kind of bracket. They'll probably, meet each other somewhere in the middle, that can help us know what's my part in orchestrating the optimistic paradigm shift. Because we have been, and if you look around, in a very pessimistic one, and we've inherited it. And it's our role, 20222, to build 22 master foundation, which is the 22 master number. And again, if you see the consonants on that one, that's a 1, 2, 3. That's a go code. That means it is time for us to go and examine how we can carry ourselves, do our individual part to carry us across this timeline to the paradigm shift that Pegasus is offering. So what is soul-inspired action? Well, I'll just give you a quick example, because in 2009, I decided I was going to create a nonprofit and make a film. I had zero knowledge about the film industry. I had no idea how I was going to do it. I just said, well, I'm going. So I created this little logo. Let's just walk with the soles of our feet and the soles of our soul connected to our soul star on the earth. And let's open to a journey. And so I created the film. I had an incredible response with people who said, yes, we'll be in your film. I'm like, okay, this is getting way bigger than I ever thought. And then the energy, that little bottle I just popped up, is called the Archangel Daniel. That came out a year after my film, Sacred Journey of the Heart. So sometimes when we get that urge and we have no idea, we don't know sometimes even what it's going to look like, it's that trusting energy that Ulrika and Ursula were talking about, and others before me. It's this trusting. We got to step out of the ordinary into the extraordinary, not knowing, not having any idea. And we all have those urgings inside. And that's what I like to help people find and unpack and see their talent and help them move that forward. And so that was a big soul-inspired action. And I specifically called the film Sacred Journey of the Heart because I knew in Pythagorean numerology, and it's really simple. I put my little chart up there. A is 1, B is 2, C is 3. We're using those letters. And if you spell correctly, it's a science. It's just, you're not gonna just get the number. I knew that this was a very powerful magnetic heart energy. So when I would say to people, some very prominent people, do you want to be in my film? I would love to have you be in my film. Plus I had support, a lot of support behind me. They just, what's the name of it? That's the first thing was that, what's the name? And that is a vibrational attraction energy. So I help people sometimes tune into what that is for themselves, like their birth name plus a word. That should just give you a real big full body confirmation that, yes, that's it. My birth name plus the word liberation is 111. So there's lots of ways we can use frequency and number and just match it, because if we know the frequency of something, we can match it, we can become it, we can be it. And that's why I am so fond of numerology. As you saw in that previous Conscious Soul Evolution Lab, it's really all about the heart, as Archangel Daniel is showing. Little did I know, a year later, that would be created by the Orosoma people that continue to evolve and create new bottles. So that 111, of course, is a 3. And in 3 within Orosoma is the heart of the whole system. It was created back in the 1970s by Vicky Wall, who envisioned this, and she was legally blind when she was tuning into what goes into here between 44 and 88 plant elixirs, natural botanicals, crystals, gem essences, flower essences. So the contents of these things are supercharged with subtle, beautiful energy, and you actually shake them up and you put this on your body. So we don't just go, oh, these are pretty little bottles. We shake them up. If these are calling us, this is going to help us get across that timeline. We actually use this. We put it onto our chakra centers. These are Aquarian chakras. Where are we going to put turquoise and gold? Well, those are in between. Those are the Aquarian energies coming online right now. So this whole heart of the Orosoma is the Atlantean bottle. And here depicted it behind is Atlantis. And you can see the zodiac around the head of the Atlantean queen, who looks pretty much like a mermaid. And her calling for us is, can we find that dove of peace about Atlantis in our heart as our earth incarnations are shifting into a bigger perspective? So the 3 bottles important. The nine energy of this year is the Atlantean heart, the heart within the heart. And here comes a great master teacher from Atlantis out of the cave for humanitarian service, grounding his mission possible, all frequencies I'm speaking, into the earth, lighting his path. And his ancestors, you see the ancestors behind him, they are saying, we're supporting you on this new journey. And this is an Atlantean teacher that goes by the name of Hilarion. And my light is shining on this little area up here, which is the Ascended Masters and the Atlantean teachers, as well as the University of All Souls in Arcturus, which is where Hilarion is from. So some of us have a very powerful connection, and we know through the Ascended Masters, because we have placements, for example, with some of the royal stars. We just know that this is a journey we're very committed to being on. Now for the Pegasus part. So as I tuned in, besides the numerology that gave me the green light about Pegasus being a 25, the Pegasus spans across Pisces and Aquarius. So you can see the little blue line where my arrow's pointing. Maybe you can see my arrow. Not sure if you probably can't. I'm pointing all over the place with my wonderful arrow, and I bet you can't see it. So across the bottom of the chart is the ecliptic, and then the red circle is Pisces, and the turquoise one is Aquarius. And across that, in the green box that I've highlighted part of the Pegasus, because I had to do that line by line. So we can see that stretches across these 2 very important constellations. And I did some more research and went deeper. And so we can see how in the star chart they look. And certain of Pegasus stars are pointing to key stars in both Pisces and Aquarius. And what we find out is that, and this is thanks to Astrology King and all the wonderful people that support that project that was started by the Australian astrologer, whose name is escaping me right now, but the age of Pegasus carries us into the age of Aquarius. And it's so, so important. It's even called by some the star of the age, because what the star that has the position, like I think was Ulrika said, or one of the previous speakers, 72 degrees, 72 years it takes to move a degree. And so we've had a leading energy of Markab, which you might see in your chart, that has already been in that position. And now it's moving, Pegasus sheet is moving into that degree point. That is a transition from the end of the zodiac in Pisces and the beginning in Aries. So it's moving us into a new paradigm as it's going through that transition, that very, very slow 72 years per degree. So what paradigm are we choosing? That's the big question that I have. And that's why I wanted to think big about our journey in 225 billion years, and what paradigm are we choosing, and how are we contributing, and what stories are we taking across that pathway. So this little card of Ursula Tarot, the 46, which is called the Wanderer, really depicts what we're doing. From my perspective, we're going from the third, fourth density across the bridge. And this certainly looks like a wood snake bridge to me. And the Wanderer is saying, I'm leaving certain old ways of being behind, and I'm crossing that bridge from the fifth. In my numerology world, 5 is about change, chaos, sometimes unexpected occurrences. I'm crossing the bridge. Now I'm using my pointer again that you can't see. But I'm crossing the bridge over that water into a new state of luminosity. Those are the luminous beings. I'm using a term that I love from Dr. Christiane Northrup, a very forward-thinking, bold MD. She's called us the homo luminous beings that we are becoming. And you can see these two beings. It's like, oh, we're going over here and we're meeting our star family, which is also us. And we're celebrating the journey from the past. We're not turning our back on them. We're not cutting them off. We're saying, wish me luck. I'm going now. I'm going to cross that wood snake bridge, and I'm going into a higher frequency. Like you see the luminous beings. So what kind of stories are we going to bring across the timeline? And here's one of the things I think that Julia and Ursula mentioned. This is opposite the Super Galactic Center. And you can find that YouTube that Ursula and Julia did on the Super Galactic, and how powerful it is in those early degrees of Libra. And that's exactly opposite. So we're bringing in this wonderful pulling in of the information from many, many galaxies, as many as 30. And so that is a very powerful point that is going to be active all year long as 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I like to call it the dance of Neptune and Saturn go across these points. It's going to go across the 0 and the 29 and go in retrograde. So all year long, this is at least the first half of the year, it's going to be very, very active. So let's go in a little deeper to soul-inspired action. And you can see the frequency of that in Pythagorean numerology, 88. Well, that's a master number. If we think of 8, you might have heard about 8 being a lucky number. I do Lionsgate special series every year, and the 88 is about balancing in a masterful way the spiritual and the material. So in a regular card, I'm going to show you what it looks like in Ursula, and you'll see how incredibly galactic this deck is. It was created in 2005. Regular tarot, the 10 archetype is the Wheel of Fortune. And that often, it means many things, but in the big sense, it's fate. We depict it in the Ursula and most of the regular tarot. It's like the sense of repeating patterns from birth to youth to midlife to death, repeating over and over. This is our fate. So we go to the very special Ursula tarot, which continues to evolve. We don't stop at 78, which is a regular tarot deck. We have a higher octave of the Fool's Journey, or this shift, or this transcendence. So we start over and you go 10 plus 78 of a tarot deck. 88 is the higher frequency of the Wheel of Fortune, which is the energetic of our destiny, that we're really shifting into the higher octave. We're not just repeating the same patterns, karma over and over. and that helpless feeling that we've inherited a lot of, we're being asked to go into within and what in a balanced way, masculine and feminine, in the heart, the green of that top fraction of the higher octave of 88 in the blue. How do we speak our truth? How do we create our own destiny? So when somebody is drawing the 88, I'm like, you're on a whole different spiral. And when we get the 10, we can see that from their very positive, powerful lessons that we've learned. So the Pegasus paradigm shift itself in numerology equals 108. Well, remember I just said the word love is 18. You put a 0 in the middle of anything, and that's spirit that infuses all of this journey with Pegasus accompanying us in support. So at the soul-inspired action is at that degree point that we're going to be meeting over and over with activations. And I tuned into this, and I don't have huge big points there. It's in my 8th house, which tells me a lot of things about what I'm going to be doing with the collaborations with other people, and what I'm going to be delving into. It's exciting. I don't have huge big points, but this is affecting all of us. So I think a really big thing is to find out what house is that 29 Pisces 0 Aries, and what's that telling you in the holistic view that we do is and are taught by Julie to do the holistic view of the chart. But I know this affects every single person, whether you've got a point or an aspect to this area in your chart, and it will be at 0.0 degrees in 2045. And this is why the astrology king people are saying this is the star of the age, because it can have as much as 100 years influence on those degree points. And the age of Aquarius, you can ask 5 or 50 astrologers, you might get as many opinions, but many are saying it's 2700. So we've got a lot of time to shift out of the old patterns of destiny. But I think the moment is now, because the big shift is this internal disempowerment, the stories that we've inherited. And as we're becoming more and more conscious into and versus what the old paradigm has been telling us and reflecting back to us on our journey to become fully illuminative beings. So here is an example of the Pegasus and the Orosoma. It's all over the Orosoma tarot deck. Pegasus is on one of the latest cards of the tarot deck 122 on the Poseidon. So in honor of this important movement of Neptune and how it's going to change our world, as you've been hearing about, the 122 bottles called Poseidon, and we have this, called it out in green, the depiction of Medusa and the mythology. It's sort of a trauma-laden myth of Pegasus and how was Pegasus born. And this is what we've inherited from the Mycenaean, Minoan Greek world that have named a whole bunch of our constellations and put their mythologies on top of it. Now there's empowered stories about heroism, but a lot of them have a lot of drama behind them. And I'm saying, is that really what we're choosing to carry across? We stand on the shoulders, of course, of great giants of astrology that have given us a system to understand ourselves, and has certainly informed my life in amazing ways. But there's certain points I think we're being asked to shift across that timeline and perhaps do something different. I would call it dream it as you would like to be. And this is the wonderful thing about Julia's community that I'm so proud to be part of, is that we're all contributing into these stories. And when I started reading my tribes, people that have been with me for some of them as many as 20 years, the galactic charts, and looking at those, we all have these placements with Perseus Algol, where is the fixed star Algol, which is supposed to be, is related to the beheaded head of the terrible Gorgon Medusa. And then opposite that is the Beta Centauri Hadar, the constellation we think of, the fixed star, connected with unconditional love. Well, in my group, we started unpacking this story, and we had a very different experience of it. And thank you, wonderful Sherry Lynn, who created the image inspired by our new story, that Medusa is a shapeshifter, and she's a messenger of love. And she can change. Her hair was not snakes. Her hair is showing this beautiful flow with the galactic world, the galactic cosmos. And she has been a messenger to come across timelines to say, it's okay, don't be afraid of change. But who's telling the story? If she threatens whatever paradigm is, and we're in one of fate, and she gets her head cut off, and that's how Poseidon is born, those are stories that have value and they have meaning, and those are important. But we heard a different story through my connecting with my people, that have these important alignments with the Medusa. And Galactic Medusa is in part of our astrology, Galactic Astrology course, with this beautiful new image. And in the Wood Snake year, we are being invited to fully transform ourselves, men and women alike, into the feminine power that is about change. Look how many times have we remade ourselves in one life? How many times do we remake our bodies? I've had 4 children. That's been more than 4 times. So, but we're telling sort of a different story, as well as honoring the traditions that came before us. So I want to share just a few more depictions of how important Pegasus is within the Aura-Soma system, indicating very long journeys and travels. This is number 58. The Orion and Angelica. We call these creation beings that are bringing forth endings and beginnings. And this is the whole theme throughout all of this year, as this 29 Pisces 0 Aries is activated again and again. And the nodes just shifted, the nodes of destiny, I think, is shifting our fate into this whole new axis in our chart, asking and inviting us to balance our spiritual, instinctual, intuitive wisdom with the practical application of it in Virgo. So this is that we're shifting timelines, and Pegasus has been there all along. Instead of creating partnerships where someone's got to behead somebody else, these 2 beings with Pegasus on the card are about freedom of spirit and supportive partnerships. So they are inviting us to really look at our galactic heritage, because this is a depiction, as I've tuned in, of Angelica from Lyra Vega specifically. And she's riding on the back of Pegasus, offering a peaceful partnership with Orion. And the galactic history has a lot of this war and conflict that we are here in this moment, bringing in new codes, new energy to help resolve, to carry a new story across these timelines. And by the way, Lyra Vega was the pole star at about 14,000 to 10,000 BCE. And this connects in with the little sub-theme of the Atlantean story. So here is another depiction of Pegasus. You see in the background of the charioteer, there's little white wispy thing. Those are 2 Pegasus horses drawing the chariot forward, with the Atlantean higher octave saying, your dreams have wings. It's time to remove the blockages in your pathway. So that's the higher octave, or the destiny of the chariot. And in the background, if you were to really examine this more closely, we see Atlantis. So here's another Age of Pegasus sheet. 85 is an Atlantean invitation to let's move beyond the story. What's the story? There's so many people. In the 21 years now I've done sessions and past life readings for people, wanted almost all the time, if people stay with me and do 4 or 5 many sessions, we come to the energy of Atlantis that many people carry, which is the fate of Atlantis, the failure that they carry, that they did something to contribute to it, and the frustration. And that happens to be a 103. Well, here you see the archetype of Tarot 13 in Aura-Soma death. And here's Pegasus right in the top left-hand corner. He's rearing up. And that's indicating a horse that's afraid, or rearing up. And so the 13 energy of death, we see Pegasus, which there was an ending. And I see, go into that because somebody's selected one of these bottles. It indicates an Atlantean entanglement that has not yet been cleared. So we see that. You tell me. I don't know. You tell me. It happens every time, doesn't fail. So, but we're carrying that old failure and the frustration, and people going, why can't I get myself launched? Well, maybe there's something we need to look at, and look at it from a new perspective. And here is 91, the higher octave of death, or the resurrection of ourselves again, and coming in and out of the timelines like we see on the bottom. That's a revolving door. We're going in and out of star portals, big points, stargates. And here is the leader riding Pegasus into the new paradigm. So that is exciting adventure. It's new hope. It's, if you could see the detail, I'm not sure how big the screen is, but it depicts the dove of peace from the Atlantean queen meeting the phoenix, rising from the ashes again. And this is a very important energy in 2025. It's called feminine leadership in Orosoma, and it leads with the energy of what Pegasus sheet says. I will go and I will come again. That's sort of like the theme of that star. I will go and I will come back again. I will come back again and triumphantly shift out of this repeating fate and into the destiny that we committed to come back here to see this mission possible. The planet, our own selves, shift out of these old paradigms that we've inherited. So there's a lot of these frequency matches that I do in the course of a session because I hear it and I look at it. So if you would choose a 91 bottle, for example, that's healing Atlantean burden to pursue one's purpose and becoming multigalactic, which is what we're showing with that door. We're seeing ourselves as something so much more than even these earthly incarnations, which is what was so exciting when I got into galactic astrology. So Pegasus is really the shift point, and we're having those conjunctions, a few of them, dress rehearsals throughout this year until we get to the exact Pisces, the Neptune-Saturn conjunction at 0 degrees in February 2026. But this is giving us at that ending and beginning over and again, accessing our ancient collective wisdom, pulling it in from the supergalactic of many, many galaxies, so that we feel that sense of excitement and plugging in my computer, empowerment. Technical empowerment, yes. So when did this happen last? Let's find that out. Well, when I listened to Pam Gregory, which I also love, like some of the speakers, and she said people have been saying maybe 12,900 years ago, which would make it around maybe when Atlantis came apart, or half of a precession of the equinox cycle. So when I tune in, I get a big yes on that. So the last time we had these, and it's not just Saturn-Neptune conjunctions, but when the node of destiny has shifted back into Aries and is traveling through Aries and having those conjunctions, it could be that long ago. And I like to think of big cycles again, big transformations. So that's why we're here, I think now, shifting to the optimistic paradigm shift, that 202. So what would, my last big points here, what would shift the paradigm? I'm sure we're going to be hearing more about real UAP or alien disclosures, AI evolutions. I think it's really the ability to truly see clearly what's happening and no longer being sort of like left out and only the elites can know. So what I think is my first thing I want to talk about is an event which is actually happening in both March 23rd for 44 days and November 23rd is disappearing Saturn rings. And this happens, they appear to disappear because of the axial tilt as Saturn crosses a ring plane crossing. And this is important because those 7 rings, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, represent in many ways the limitations, the boundaries, the things that have limited our perception of who we are, and even maybe limited what we can and can't do. So I'm seeing this as such a huge thing. The first one we're not going to be able to observe because it's in March, it will be very close to the sun, but it's still doing its thing. So if we are able to tune into that, it's a dissolving of our limitations and the boundaries. And when it comes back around after that dress rehearsal in November for another 40 or some days, and if you have a chance to look at it, those rings aren't there. And what I've heard is you can actually see Titan and Rhea, the biggest moons of Saturn. And what is Titan? Is the old inherited legacies, the Titans that came before the Zeus and all those that took over Mount Olympus. It's dissolving our legacies and past institutions. Well, I believe that's going to be happening in the next 5 years. Rhea, the second largest moon, is healing family legacies and freeing the limitations of what we came into our own biological and maybe even galactic soul families. So this is very exciting because that is sort of an event that opens this up into something totally new. And the next thing I think is going to happen is we could very possibly at the end of this year see the recognition of this ninth planet, like Ulrika was talking about, in the Kuiper Belt. So this is not me making up a slide. This is Caltech slide from 2016. They have been saying, Professor Mike Brown and his colleague Konstantin Batygin have said over and over, we found it. Now they're up to 7 things, 7 reasons why they still believe that there is a huge ninth planet. What would happen in our world? So I think that brings us into the recognition of our highest positive potential, which is in December, the birth of this bottle. And it is the birth of this bottle called Rhea, which I just said, which is the mother of Zeus. Again, another sort of dramatic drama story because she had her husband Zeus was eating her children, etc. So I see this as the basic primary energy of empowered consciousness, yellow and blue. When we shake that together, it becomes green. And that is called 1, 2, 3 is our start code. 1, 2, 3, go. So anybody getting 1, 2, 3 or any variation of numbers adding up to that, it's your time to go. Like I didn't know about the film. I just said, I'm going to go do it. Let me just create the logo. Somehow figured it out. And this is called our highest positive potential. I've been waiting for a long time for that. And I'm getting a card, a question about where can we find the Orosoma Tarot at grailgraphics.nz. You can find the card there. So I maybe have gone over my time. I just got so into a non-linear space. So I don't know if my presentation is still available, but I would like to share the rest of it if I have a couple more minutes. Don't know what happened there. Oh, there we go. I got to just answer the question. Okay. Yes, New Zealand is the only place. Holy, amazing, holy, beautiful cards from Pamela. So I just have a few more here to go. So Planet 9, would that change? Would that revolutionize our world? Just as Ulrika's saying, yes, those Kuiper Belt objects are. What if we go, we really have this big planet? And here's what they say at Caltech. 10 times bigger than Earth, 20 billion miles away, and a 10 to 20,000 mile orbit. Now, why do I think this might happen soon? Because in late 2025, a new powerful observatory goes online called the Vera C. Rubin Observatory in Chile. And it's at 8,800, either kilometers or feet, I don't know, 8,800, let's say kilometers, master number. That's where that observatory sits. And yay, Vera C. Rubin, a phenomenal astronomer that was ahead of her time, contributed dark energy, dark matter. So that's what I call feminine leadership. So what if that would happen? And what's the Sabian symbol? Because Dr. Brown, who is middle name called Pluto Killer, by the way, because he was the one that led the charge to say Pluto's not a planet. So I think he's doing a little rectification, saying, maybe I better find something bigger. So Sabian symbol where it occurs is 19 degrees Aries. What's that? The magic carpet. Could that be the thing that shifts us into the paradigm? And what do we know? If all of us remember Aladdin, Disney, a whole new world, transcending and going into the magic connection point of the farthest reaches of our soul. And that's why I say your gifts and your talents, which is your love, that's needed now. That is the soul inspired action that you're being called to take. And I know, so everybody that comes to me might say, oh, I'm just a beginner. The ones that say that, I'm like, not really. If we look at your chart, you've been here a long time. And this is just remembering and taking off the limitation that Saturn's doing for us so we can expand. Finally, my last point is that second discovery and event happens at the end of this decade with the little 16 Psyche NASA orbiter that's going to be arriving in August 2029. And Psyche's got a 5-year orbit, so it spends some time in the signs. But there's been a lot of discussion of what it is, and we're going to find out what it is, because one of the things that's been suggested is that that's the iron core remnant of a planet. And then they say, no, it's not. Just like they said, how many years did it take for people to understand what Ceres was? Because a Ceres is a both and a dwarf planet and an asteroid. That was like a long time since that was debated, but they're saying, no, it's not. Well, what if it is the remnants of a planet? So we actually had planets between the Mars and Jupiter, not just remnants of asteroids or dwarf planets like Ceres. And when I tune in, I believe we've had 1 or 2 planets there that maybe we just have a remnant. Well, why is that important? Why does it matter? What is psyche? Well, that's the depth of our soul in the mythology, our psychic gifts, which are opening and turning on big time. It's our most profound transformation, and the core, or cœur, which is heart in French. And I think that's really going to be inviting and calling us as our man-made little orbiter gets closer and closer to me, and say, what if that is the remnant core of the heart of the planet? Well, it's going to be at 0 degrees Aries, March 7th. So it's also traveling along with these big planets moving back and forth in this dance, and it's beckoning us forward into new territory. And I just flashed this up because I am thinking of our solar system like what we see and what we don't. We perceive what we think we're going to perceive, and Pegasus is asking us to perceive something so much bigger. So what did we think about the planets not that long ago, that we had 7, including the sun and the moon, and the 5 visible? So what did people perceive about the orbiting bodies in our energy field? 7. Well, guess what? We have a lot more. And so I've been teaching this concept of the Aquarian chakras that are turning on like crazy in people now, which are the in-between, a different class. I teach that all the time. And that's on my many things I present on my Vimeo channel, which is vimeo.com/global wholeness. So those are the in-between, the coral, gold, olive, turquoise. I'm not going to go into that, but I just think that is what's going to be inspiring us to take the next step, soul-inspired action, not just how do we get through the day? What are we really here to do? What stories are we going to tell ourselves across these timelines? I just had to share this, my next to last slide, because here's the representation of our solar system distances. And in the oblong white circle, that's planet 9. And I'm like, it's made it onto the charts. And there's the asteroid belt where we might have, the remnants of 1 or 2 planets. And in my family constellation training, what do is when there's something that's been missing from our system, like in my case, I had an absorbed twin in my last pregnancy. So my son, whose name is Thomas, I didn't know that Thomas meant twin at the time. I called him Thomas. My son was a twin. And in constellation, I was able to give that absorbed twin that didn't make it a place. So that twin belongs in my system. And when you do that in constellation work, and I'm pretty sure you're going to be hearing about constellation coming up the next few days, it settles the system down. I get kind of excited, but we give it a place. Well, what if there are 2 planets, which are conscious beings that have little remnants? I'm giving that a place right now. I'm giving a place to the 9th planet, which if you count Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, 2 planets in there, Jupiter becomes the 7th planet, which is the same as the heart, the largest organ of our body. As above, so below. What if Jupiter is really the 7th planet? I know I'm a big picture thinker. That's the way it is. Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and the maybe 12th planet, just like our systems. Our perception is shifting. We're seeing so much more, and we're being invited by Pegasus across that timeline. Transformation with support. We're not alone. So one of the process I'm going to be working with my groups is cultivating that talent and creating that community of support so we can support each other for our big mission possible. And I'll be talking about this January 31st, being self-led and soul-inspired as we transition to mastery. And that's the big part of my message is it's being self-led does not mean alone. It doesn't mean having guides and mentors. It is being in a group that we lead from that part of ourself that is the eternal essence self. And that's meant self-led means. It doesn't mean by myself, by the way, but we are transitioning to mastery. And so I invite you to connect with me, and just when you find out, if you're on my newsletter, that's what you'll find out. If you go to my Vimeo channel, which is vimeo.com/global wholeness, there's a lot of videos on there. Me channeling an Andromedan messenger I just connected with, other things, other programs you can find on my website. So that's my big message. And I'm as you can tell, a big systems thinker, but individually we each have a gift, and I'm here to help people unpack that and put that into action. So that's all I've got. So thank you. My final one, these are part of the Ursula Tarot, my two big major beings that I work with. How fantastically galactic is this? This is the Master El Moria, and he has let me know he's from Columba, the constellation of the galaxy of the dove. Yep, and then Maha Kohan. So that's how beautiful it is of the deck. So thank you. That's it. And I see some questions there. And I see from Kirk, what is my favorite numerology calculator website? Well, I wrote my own program, so I don't use anything. I wrote it myself. So I have a certified program where people can license my calculator, because I have people that want to do things like, let's do the numerology of the Great Invocation. So we can go and do the whole entire thing. And then we see that as giving us messages, frequency and vibration. And the Orosoma is fantastic. You can do it virtual. So I have a way of sharing the whole screen, and you can either just pick it and be drawn to it. There's multiple ways to get your own soul code. And a lot of people, I have people from all over, like a lot of fans in Australia, thanks to them, and France and the UK. So it can be done anywhere, and it's just so amazing. And again, I'll share the Orosoma tarot cards are at, I'm going to say grail.co.nz, but if you look at Grail Graphics Pamela Matthews, that's where you can get your tarot deck. And I'm hoping soon she'll come out with the tarot of number 123 bottle. So these are great questions. Thanks. So Jocelyn is asking if there's a connection between the colors in the bottle and the aura colors. There can be, and what happens when we work with Orosoma a long time, or it doesn't have to be a long time, you'll eventually land on what's called your soul bottle. And they used to say it take a long time. I don't think we're in that slow timeline anymore. But when you find the one where you know, okay, this is it, that will always connect with the prominent colors in your aura. You might not pick it first, because oftentimes the first things that people pick are their own name numerology and their life path numerology and birth date, almost every time. And it's not like, okay, I have a 1 in 9 chance of picking my life path. I want to know, what type of 9 are you? Are you a 54 9, which is solid, clear, the most intense energy up here? Or are you a little softer one, like a 45 9? That's very different. And people will do it every time, not pick the exact bottle, but they might pick 2 different numbers that add up to that. So how do you know if Pegasus is in someone's galactic astrology chart? Well, you go online to the Galactic Astrology calculator, and you'll see if it's a prominent position in the free galactic astrology chart, it will show up. But you can always know that it's there, whether you have a prominent connection or aspect, by locating that shift point, the little line between Pisces and Aries. It's always going to be there. It's impacting everybody. So, woohoo, insight on Lilith in Pisces, and in the 12th. I've got that. I have that one too. I've got Lilith in Pisces, and no, I've got mine in Leo. Conjunct Sheet, Chiron, Merkab, Saturn in 11th. Well, I think that's just a lot of forward, big picture thinking, and bringing, I'd say Lilith in Pisces is bringing those stories, the trauma drama stories about the divine feminine out of the consciousness, like we see in the number 91, where she's holding up the moon crescent, saying that this is where we come from, but we're going in a different direction. So, you know, all that, it's 12th in the 12th house is a big one to carry Pegasus, because I think that's the big paradigm shifter, bringing it from the underworld into the conscious. I'm a 12th house Leo, with my sun in Leo, Uranus in Leo, Lilith in Leo. It's like I'm all over the place. That's what I do, is go into the unconscious and bring the light into that. When did Pegasus come into my awareness? Probably when I first looked at my chart. I really did not know about Pegasus in astrology, but I certainly knew since 2005 about the power of Pegasus through the Orosoma tarot system, because as I've shown you how prominent it is, especially as it relates to some of the scarier archetypes, which is the death and the Pegasus in there rearing up, going, I was afraid of these transitions, and the higher octave, the leadership position. So it is, in my chart, and I don't know if you're asking about where it is in my particular chart, I've got sextiles and trines, and that position is in my 8th house. So working through all those 8th house issues that I have. So the film is on Sacred Journey of the Heart.com, and that's still showing there. It's also on my Vimeo channel. It played 5 years on Gaia TV, so that was a fun time. And so it was, we did it specifically, came out in 2012, and we did not want it to be kind of hitched to the 2012 phenomena stuff. So we left all those references out, but that was where I finally said, time to come out of that 12th house hiding and say, hey, I had a really rough childhood, and this is what I thought the film was going to be about, what happens to other people when we go on international sacred tours to like Glastonbury and Machu Picchu, but as it turned towards me, and I had to be authentic, that big keyword, and tell my story and kind of get into, the depth of my own heart before I could show up and be the teacher and the healer. And I think that I'm really meant to be in this last 14 years since that film came out in 2012. And it has been quite a journey. So yeah, thank you so much for all these wonderful questions. I really enjoy the time, and so grateful to be here at the end of the day. And thank you, Julia, for putting this together. I really appreciate all of your hard work and all the wonderful messages. I can't wait for the rest of the event. So can I hear you? You're muted. It's been a long day for you, probably.
Yeah, the joys of live streaming. Thank you so much, Rona. That was absolutely brilliant. The comments are coming in. There's so much love and appreciation. You've activated many people here. There are goosebumps. People of Soma, they want to explore it, or those that heard about it a long time ago and are like, oh, they have to give it another go and dive deep. So just thank you so much. It's so amazing to witness yet another validation of the extraordinary time that we're living in. There's just so many different facets that keep confirming the same message over and over. So it just continues to cultivate the hope and deep faith for the grand design. And what a privilege to be here and share this time with you all. So
it's been great. We waited 2 years for this 1, 2, 3 battle to come out. So I knew it was coming. December 6th, 6:06 a.m. 666 is a feminine superpower creation number. That's the truth. So don't let anyone tell you different. But it's 1, 2, 3, go. It's go time.
Thank you so much. We are going to play the theme song of the summit again. It's about almost 5 minutes long. So Rona, please take time to go through the beautiful, heart-warming comments in appreciation of everything you've shared.
All right, great. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, everyone.
My pleasure. And I'm just going to thank everyone who shared space with us today. It was an absolute pleasure to connect with you all, and seeing the excitement and passion for the Galactic Astrology Quantum Soul Guidance topic. You can see how multifaceted, as someone mentioned in the comments, the community is, and I can't wait for you to witness all the other presentations that are still ahead for the next 4 days. They're each completely unique, absolutely brilliant, each incorporating Galactic Astrology into various types of holistic modalities. So everything is just evolving so rapidly, and it's beautiful to share the passion for witnessing evolution in front of our eyes, with like-minded community. So Enjoy the rest of your day or evening or night, wherever you are tuning in from. Enjoy the theme song, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Much love. Take care.
Bye.
Here now, the power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, nurture you. Oh, the power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. The power of love is here now. The power of now is here now. The power of you, me, is here to create magic on earth. Let the water wash away your tears. Let the fire burn away your fears. Let the wind blow into your life such faith and trust. Oh, let the earth hold you, take care of you, nurture you.